That's the one. Hello, how are we doing today? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. What's going on? This camera seems to be all over the place today. We're painting Genestealers. I think we are missing a couple for some reason. I'm going to have to go through the box again. See if we can locate them. I'm not entirely sure what's happened. I appear to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, so I am 4 short, I think, or maybe 3 short and the Patriarch. But we are going to be painting the majority of them. I'm going to keep one back for it turning into a painting tutorial soon, TM, as soon as possible. But that is that's the deal there. So we will change the scene momentarily. But hello. You're not okay? Is that because you watched The Last of Us and it's trash? I've got. I'm not remote. I'm not watching that. That's on Netflix, right? I don't have Netflix for one. For 2. Yeah, that's not a show for me at all. Many reasons. But I'm glad. Did you like it? Because I mean, did you like it? I guess. I can't remember. I've got to figure out exactly what colours we're using today. We are using pre-roll ads are fired. I just need to do one thing very quickly. That is, we're going to be starting off with the flesh to begin with. Well, the carapace, I should really say. So Cantor blue. And I've put that colour away already. We're mixing that with black. Roughly 1:1. Yeah, roughly 1:1. I just thought for a second that maybe I did it in a higher ratio last time. Maybe I did. Maybe that's why this one was so dark looking. Don't you diss the best game of that? I can and I will. I can and I will. I've got 0 interest in watching that. Can't stand Pedro Pascal for one. Halo was a bust. Yeah, well, see, the thing is, I mean, yeah, they're garbage. Borderlands, meh. Halo, meh. I will diss. I will. And I can, unfortunately. Been building little wooden models. Not much thought, well, that's a good thing. Anything to help that time whiz by. I hope you had a good weekend, though. I'm going to look for this paint very quickly. Which I found really quickly. Alright, well, I thought I had Chaos Black. I don't for some reason. Or Abaddon Black. One of these is fuller than the other, so we'll be okay. I have a sneaky suspicion that we... Okay, so let's go here. So, here is our little Genestealer friend. Right here. I have a sneaky suspicion I did a higher ratio of Cantor to black than I intended on this guy. Doesn't matter. We'll make progress anyway. I just need to do one thing, and that is fix C920. That is very overblown now because of the bright light. Also, as we all know, the best video game adaptation is Mortal Kombat. That is all there needs to be said. on that particular subject. Trying to stress avoid a seizure. The Japanese trans scene. Nice. Is it any particular kit you have in your building? Building a London Route Master now. Oh, the one with the... I do like those old buses. World of Wayne promoted? Not familiar with that channel, unfortunately. Right. I think I finally got this camera sorted out. Sort of, I hope. I don't know if necessarily we've got the right colours. I think they're looking much better than they were. I don't think we might get a little bit closer, but it's always going to be slightly skew if, especially when we bring on the dreaded turquoises and jades, etc. There's always a bit of a jiggle around there, paint-wise. But we will be airbrushing a fair amount of paint on stream for them. Well, we're going to get all of these base colours done. This is what we're going for. I'll put him to the side, but we've got lots of these lads that need airbrushing. But first of all, I need to double check this. I've got to pay attention to Discord again. I had the family appeared for the weekend, so I need a new needle. I've not managed to hop onto cursed Discord all weekend, which was fun. But I got to see both. I got to see my niece and nephew, which is always good. My niece had managed to get a bunch of cupcakes, fairy cakes, made for my niece, and she took 10, and she was like, "You can have 2," which is very generous of her. Which is very generous of her. So, Squeezel, how you doing today? Happy Monday. So, Moon Eyes, how you doing? You are hither. Excellent. Excellent. Ah, it's the wrong microphone. I did want... Thank you very much. I think we're using that microphone up there. We're going to see. That explains everything. I'm so sorry. Twitch, YouTube, I'm very sorry. Thank you, Moon Eyes. Unfortunately, because Wednesday's stream, if you'll remember, not only because we were dropping frames left, right, and centre, the microphone decided to switch to that microphone. No, it decided to cut out entirely during stream for no reason. So I had to use that one, and then it's unfortunately remembered that, and I forgot. So I do apologise. I am alive, indeed, Avian. Don't forget to use your channel points if you are on Twitch for the community goal. That's all I've got to say. Don't forget to use those points. They won't go anywhere. This is irritating me. This step. There's a whole load of space that we can utilise now. I hope you all had a groovy... Ooh, good weekend. A groovy weekend. Ooh. Oh, God, no. Please don't be. Please don't be a new Kickstarter. It's too early on a Monday. It's too early in the week to have a new Kickstarter going. I'm going to refresh this page. launching soon. Oh, okay, thank God for that. I've got 2 Kickstarters, which I've got my eye on, that are both launching very soon. Very, very saucy. You do have a question? Oh, because I wasn't even on Discord for the entire. Like, I had the computer on, Avian. I've had the computer on, but I've but I've not really been at the computer. I had the family were appeared for the weekend, so that is why. And I just I forgot. I genuinely forgot that I'd even left it on Do Not Disturb. I will. I'll put it to online though. Thank you. Yeah, I've not been on Discord at all. It's nothing new, obviously. It's we are slowly getting back to using Discord, although it is pain and suffering all day, every day. Discord is there. Where's chat? Chat, you've gone, disappeared somewhere. Solo, hello. Redeemed emote only chat. It's very early in the day for that, but okay. Hold on. Just give me 1 second, please. How you doing? What's cracking? Happy Monday to you. What the devil are you up to? Okay, I just need to get this into the right. No? Why? I don't even want to see that. I just want to see chat. I want to see delicious chat. Okay, let's get rid of that. What have you all been up to? Tell me the things. By the way, folks, I would like to say, I would like to say thank you, chat. We're now at 4,334 followers, which is basically the all-time high for this channel. This is what we got to about, I'm bad at maths, so excuse me. I'm going to say 2 years ago, when I basically had to pack up the old stream, pack up all of my miniatures and move house and live out of a box for a while. From that point on, I lived in that house for like 11 months and then moved into this house and did some streaming with playing computer games, which is obviously not my strong point. And we've been hemorrhaging followers left, right, and center ever since then. So we are now back to where we were 2 years ago. We are back, baby. We are back. We can finally start growing again rather than regrowing. And we got to do emote only. How do I even do that? Oh, God. It's been so long. I don't even know how long I do it for. There's a button here. Hold on. Steady. Follow only chat, clear chat. I don't even know how to do it these days. Stopping raids. This is when I used to have a button specifically for emote only chat, and now it's gone skew-whiff. Hold on. We got it. We'll get it figured out. Gabba, what's up, you saucy rascal? How's it going? We have things to talk about, obviously. But first of all, we have only emotes. Yeah, no, I got to see my brother and sister-in-law and my niece and nephew. My niece is 4. She absolutely had roast chicken and then lemon pudding. She absolutely demolishes pudding. Pudding, cake, and chocolate. She is an absolute menace to those things. But absolute menace. She finished her pudding and then with barely taking a breath, she said, "I want chocolate." So delicious, very sweet lemon pudding. Sort of spongy on top and sort of, I don't know, I don't really know how to explain it underneath, like pudding, I guess, US pudding, like dash custard, lemon, very sweet goop underneath. Very lovely. Yeah. Straight onto annihilating chocolate Easter egg things. Reno, oi oi, Savaloy. We're going to do the channel points. And the thing that Solo, I don't know how long we do this for, by the way, so we will suffer. Emote only chat, baby. For what kind of pudding? So it was lemon pudding, like I call our family call like the sweet meal, if you want to call it that, after the sweet course after the main course, or the dessert course, whatever you want to call it. We call that pudding as a generic term for the sweet dishes. Yeah. So it's like a sponge on top, and then it's all basically you bung this liquid into a bain-marie in the oven. It bakes in the oven. The sponge layer. I think if you cook it for too long, the entire thing becomes a sponge. But you cook it for like 45 minutes or something. The top part of it turns into sponge. The bottom part is potential sponge, but it's really blood. It's really good. I don't know how long we're doing this for. I've got my eye on the time. So you got to suffer my words for a few minutes while I make the most of this. I don't know about the state of channel, stream-wise. We've got a fair amount of jitter. I do have Ping Plotter Pro at the moment. It's jittering. We've got a lot of... That's Google. Twitch seems okay, but we do have some latency spikes into the red. There seems to be one bit which is just... I'm not really good on networking and stuff like that on computers, so a lot of it's going over my head. We will keep that going, though. That's at least a minute. One more minute of a... What the hell was that? Avian! You saucy beast. Thank you so much for your sweet, sweet biddies. I will not start naming types of pudding. Black pudding is definitely delicious, but not the same. Avian, thank you so much for your sweet, sweet biddies. By the way, I will say, I do technically have the AI scene. I think that's only fired off on donations of cash money over 10, it's like 10, 15, 25 and above pounds. And I think 5 gifted subs and above. So that's the weird AI scene. I've got 18 or 17 free credits left before I even consider start paying for that. I don't know if I will. It's a bit weird, to be honest. But we shall see. We're coming... Oh, we've done 2 minutes of thingamajiggle chat. Well done. Thank you very much for using your channel points. I do #appreciate it. There we go. You can use your words now. You listen to a podcast about sci-fi. Oh, and physics of FTL. Avian, I saw out of the corner of my eye the words FTL, and I thought a podcast about the science of FTL, the game. They did not do it well, especially since their brains were leaking out of their ears. Listening through, though, made me want to read, study it more, and watch Red Dwarf. Well, Red Dwarf you should watch anyway. Up to about Series 6. And then it's a bit like... My words and lurk, Reno. Thank you. I hope you had a good weekend. Thank you for the lurk, as always. Oh, dear. So, we are going to do some airbrushing. Just to very quickly show you the... And that's the airbrush end. I got sidetracked. This is the... We're roughly aiming towards this for our Genestealers. I think it looks good enough for Disney, which is good enough for me. By the way, I saw yesterday, this weekend, we're getting some pre-orders are appearing. Death Guard, World Eaters, and the Emperor's Children, Combat Patrols. What are our thoughts on those? I immediately went to a bunch of stores, and all of the Combat Patrols for Death Guard, World, and World Eaters had just suddenly become unavailable, like overnight. Within like 6 minutes of that post going live. I don't know what happened. Can we have our opinions? Sublution, you saucy beast. What's cracking? We're going to do a little bit of batch painting. I think as a we are going to start proper like squad painting again. Because obviously we've got Emperor's children. The Emperor's crotch goblins to paint. Rapidly approaching. Okay. You saw yesterday all your troubles seem to be far away. So far. Yep. Oh, I also got a massive book on Saturday, which I wasn't expecting. I was expecting it to appear on, well, this week. It appeared early. It was a book that I now own, and it is called Apocalypse. It's actually a bigger, girthier book than the current books of Doom. But I saw it on Amazon for like £4. And I thought, well, I can't not buy that. That would be heresy. I'll tell you what happened. They put a rhino in the Death Guard one. I know, Gabba. I saw that, and I saw what was being combat patrol wise. Like, I might get the Death Guard one, but what I'm going to aim to get the Death Guard box set, the army box set, rather than the combat patrol. But I saw the World Eaters one, and I thought, damn, I waited too long. Like the previous one, the 20 geezers and the 10 thingies and the bloke, the Space Marine on Juggy. I thought, damn, I missed out on that one. That's to me seemed like a good deal. It seemed like a good deal, and now I'm kicking myself for not caving in earlier. I'm cursing my own sort of resilience to not buying things for once. It's a stunning book. It is a stunning book. It's like each page was a mirror, and every time I look at a new page, it's more stunning material. Because I'm looking at myself, right? So I'm glad you all went along with Curse G. I know. Woo! Away. Oh God, where's the camera? So here we got the Apocalypse book. Like, it seems... It does seem a little bit taller than like a regular codex or something. The Battle of Cold Steel Ridge. They got a train and everything. Folks, we need a train. They got fold-out pages. Hold on. Oh, God. High Fleet Behemoth. That was another fold-out page. Armies and battlefields. They got a whole load of orcs. Apocalypse armies. Allied forces. Use your whole collection. The Mentor Legion Space Marine. The Mentor Legion right there. Oh. What a time to be alive. Tau Expeditionary Force. I wish they put 30k rhinos in that box, though. What, in the... Oh! What, in the Death Guard box, Lucian? I mean, it certainly makes sense. It makes sense having rhinos from the good old days on the naughty side. What's up, First? How you doing, you saucy rascal? A plague on all their houses. Yeah, for chaos, absolutely. I do agree, Gabba. I think this era, like I obviously got in second edition, but I reckon this is when it kind of peaked for me as well. and unfortunately, like I wasn't fully back. Like I was still like painting very slowly, but I wasn't really buying books and things. There are so many books I missed out back then. It makes me feel very sad, and which is why basically I saw this and had to buy it. I would like to slowly acquire all of the books. The Armored Train. Look at that bad boy. Should we... Oh god, I started saying words without thinking about it. Like, how would we even make one of these? Look at some railway kits and figure out which bits are from actual kits and which are just like 40k and scratch built. Would something like this be remotely interesting? I mean, this seems more like a YouTube project, truth be told, but the old termite. You doing all right? Third and second edition was legit. 8th in also. You still have your bumper WP Apocalypse edition. I obviously bought the box set of geezers, but like I didn't buy. Look at that bad boy, the Orc Mind Flayer. Oh, Mine Lair. Sorry, I misread it. I said mine. It says Mine Lair. I promise, not Flare. You had a mate who made a bridge out of MDF to span 2 large store tables for a minute, Lucian. I thought you were going to say to span two stores together, like across the road or something wild. It's amazing. Orcs versus. Do you have any pictures? When you were running the Windsor store? Hell yes. Amazing game and everyone loved it. We added some RP style things. That's so cool. Dude, if you got any pictures, that'd be amazing. Yeah, or in my mind, it flays minds. We got lots of Tyranids, very on point for this stream. Obviously, we're... this is High Fleet Moloch. Ultra Lads. Even bigger games, linked tables. Wouldn't be anything like this, Lucian, would it? An Imperial Navy Vulture gunship lines up its bombing run. How cool is that? With a bridge! That was the inspiration. Large terrain pieces. We got some step-by-step how to turn your cans into what are these things called? Storage vats. I think 9th edition is when 40k. Yeah, 40k. Yeah, I think I do agree. You know what I reckon the problem was? I reckon it was the Tau. It's the insipid mangaification of 40k. Adding its taint, not that, into it. It's not helping. Exactly. Got the defense laser. We need to I want to make a big bit of scenery. I know that would take even longer to paint than one singular miniature, but that's not the point. There are many orcs there. Look at me using the small camera. We are going to get to painting, I promise, but first, I haven't really looked through this book yet, so... also, this light is... Exterminatus. The end of the world. Oh my god. I do apologize. I need to get this out of my system a little bit. Such a shame they don't make the awesome scene. I know. It's an absolute tragedy. Absolute tragedy. I mean, look at that. I've got the Marauder Bomber. They need to start doing decent scenery. I mean, I do like the modularity of like a lot of their like current 40k scenery. Like it all kind of goes together well. So I like it from that regard. But some of the old scenery, like especially like the stuff that Forgewell did, I had one of those bits, and I sold it along with my Forgewell Plaguebearer statue. I couldn't allow myself to sell Abaddon at the time, thankfully, so I still got him. But if I do regret selling that bit of scenery. The Cities of Death stuff, I need to get that book. That's the book I need to get. I need to double check that I don't have it. It sounds like a thing that I had purchased. But then again, it also sounds like something I didn't purchase. So I need to remedy that. So obviously we've got projects, future projects. I mean this could be the the template for a lot of our streams going forward and like YouTube projects. Let's build the Emperor's First Tank Company. And let's build the Emperor's Wrath Artillery Company. What a good way to, yeah. We're not going to do the recon group because not massively. One Sentinel is enough. It's definitely enough. Armored Spearhead, Thunderhawk, Dubrifirkins. The Battle Company. We've just done a Battle Company, basically. We do have Masters of the Chapter to be done as well. You have the Cities. It's awesome. Okay, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to be very happy with it. I just had the rules for the Marauder Bomber. I love that mini when I first saw it. That's the one with the rear turret, isn't it? I'm very glad I purchased this book. And seriously though, I think this is like $3.9. I'll say it was a $5 on Amazon. I don't know why someone was selling it on Amazon, but thank you to that person on Amazon who sold it to me for a $5. You've made my entire I don't know, first 4 months of this year. The Cities of Death scenery was more modular than the current ones. Oh, really? Okay, well, I'm going to have to get this book. Great read, that and the old City Fight book with the guards. Is that sort of a book this size? Is it like a hardback? Like, is it different from the Cities of Death book? Because I would like to remedy my errors of a younger, more drunken badger. The front cover is Peak 40k, Vozzies versus Tau. I still don't know how I want to paint my Vestroyans. Like, I'm really tempted by the box art, right? Just casually whip out my Vestroyan command squad. All casual, like, just because... Like, I am very tempted to paint them like this. Really tempted to paint them like this. I know Jimmy painted his, like, I'm saying olive... Gonna say olive green. I don't know if it's quite that green, but I know he painted his green. Oh, it's a soft cover? Okay, I will have to keep my eyes peeled. Thank you. So I remember I bought the Vestroyan, was it the Battalion box set, which came with like 3 squads, I think. It was supposed to come with a couple of dead Vestroyans, but they weren't in my box, and I was very irritated back then. You Lucian, don't worry, I got them for you. I mean, I got them for me, but so you could vicariously live through my purchases. It's all right. By the way, I think we have finally got the web camera color done. Like, I know we were definitely overexposed before, but I did some hankering with the camera over the weekend when I had a bit of time. I think the colors might be a bit skew-iff when it comes to turquoise, etc. But like we're not being over. What's the word? Overexposed. He is. He's just like rocking around with his like torso hanging out. He's like old and just like, ugh, can't be asked. I'm too old to shoot straight, so let me just carry a banner. And like it's like some geezer on it, chopping it as a zombie. Sorry, not a zombie. It's a skeleton. I know the difference, which does lead me slightly onto. I keep seeing zombie regiments popping up in my timelines. It's driving me around the bend. I'm getting more and more tempted. More and more tempted to paint a unit or two of skellies. Techno Viking? Oh, God. Yeah, actually, yeah, you might be onto that. I don't know. Was this the start of my fondness for quality banners? It could have been. I just have to not make a pig's ear of it when it comes to painting. Shrugging off bullets with his pecs, exactly. Like, you got to try better, Sunshine. He's got a sword. Which, we just need to jam that into that hole in his hand. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just have to deal with some metal at some point. What's up, Stabby? How you doing? Happy Monday to you. Squashed bananas and stew. Sorry. We're having a look at the big book that appeared on Saturday. It's made me very happy. Oh! Oh, wait. That's oh God, hold on. Is that a YouTube one? Is that hold on, wait. Thank you. Thank you. That was a YouTube alert. I think. Nothing's appeared on old Twitch Arena. Thank you so much for tickling that subscribe button. I believe that was indeed YouTube. Those alerts rarely fire when I'm or at least I keep missing them. Could well be. Anyway, hello. Happy Monday to you. We will paint. I don't know when we're painting our Vestroians. And we're definitely going to be doing some YouTube-based videos on this book. I absolutely have to. I've got no excuse now. All right. So let's get our cheeky lads. By the way, I will also say we're now. I've already said it. In fact, we are already back to the highest point we've been on Twitch, follower-wise, since we had to pack up and basically live out of a box. I've already forgotten I said that. So we are back to growing the Twitch channel. Minis technically look better, but they don't have the character. Yeah, I think. Well, this is the thing. Like, obviously, some metal minis do look horrific. Right? They do look. I don't know what the sculpting process was for those minis, but evidently someone could have been having an off day or week. Happens to the best of us. Nowadays, the miniatures can be a lot more. You can go in there into ZBrush. You can get your pre-sculpted like water bottles and weapons and make sure all those fit together nicely. And all the corners are nice and clear. But in that, it does look more, I don't want to say clinical. Clinical's not the word, I don't think. I don't know what the word is, Gabba, but I do agree. That is the word. Me agreeing. Because we do have Oh, hello. We do have... we got the old champion of Slanesh, Lobster Claw. There, and an old Whippy Whip. With the weird conehead thing, action. The weird conehead action going on. And my dodgy attempt at the time of something I still hate doing. I suppose we'll have to paint this at some point. Not on today's stream. Maybe on tomorrow. We'll see how quickly we can do. Oh, we'll make a pig zoo of it tomorrow. We'll make a pig zoo of it any day we paint it, truth be told. But look who else we found in this box. We found Space Wolf, Geezer, and Rune Priest. Aenir, the Sword of Twilight. I painted him. God, when was this? I can't remember what number White Dwarf magazine he came on. But I don't know if we strip him and repaint him. But we'll ponder that. All right, ladies and jelly spoons, we need to get some paint together. We've dawdled way too long. Hex, what's cracking? Happy Monday afternoon to you. Like, I'd love to do some guard stuff, but out of the 3 regiments, I like 2 are Oop, Mordians and Vozzies and Catachan. But I know, I was thinking about the Catachans the other day. Literally. Thank you so much, JD. Thank you so much for the 40 months. How the devil are you? Happy Monday. Did you get to where you're going? Thank you. I was thinking about the Catachan. I was looking for some alternate ones. I know there are people out there who do alternate Catachans, but not enough of them. And I don't like them all to look skew. I would like them to at least be sculpted in the same manner, even if they look different. You do have a box of them somewhere. What's up, Tomahawk? What's cracking? How you doing? Happy Monday. If they re-released Vestroyans like they did the Krieg, I guess. Not that they really re-released them, but spent some more effort on them. On the Vestroyans, that would be so cool. just an entire sprue of absolute bling for them. If I find them sometime, I'll build and paint one to see what it looks like. Very muscular and slightly weird. Damage report? Hello. It was a YouTube subscription. I knew it. Honestly, I need to go through all the alerts anyway and modernize them or something. It's not my strong point. Staying awake is also not my strong point. I'm always looking for great Warhammer content. The greatest of Warhammer content. Very, very humble as well. So humble. It's verging on ridiculous. Well, thank you very much. I do genuinely appreciate it. We do paint, I promise. But I've got a lot of words to say as well. I will do a specific YouTube video on... I've got one of these... I'm going to paint this guy black and then start from scratch entirely to do a specifically YouTube video, i.e. just painting and not so much chit chat, basically. But this is roughly what we're going for with my Genestealers at least. You going somewhere else today? You're listening while driving again? You stay safe. I hope the weather's fantastic wherever you are. Vestroyans are the mob that look like the Royal Guard. They look like these chaps. I can go and get the big box if you want of the Vestroyan. Is it platoon or battalion? It was like, I think 30 miniatures, 30 lead miniatures or something. But they're these chaps, yeah.
They're old. They're bloody amazing as well. Hex. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, from the good old days. The heavy weapons. Shall I get the big box out before we start painting? I am glad that we got that Apocalypse book, because I think it is going to give me a bit of direction for my Imperial Guard, because I have been procrastinating and various other words on what I want to do, but now I've seen that Emperor's Fist division or whatever the hell it was called. It's given me thoughts already. Did the Bolt have a drum mag? Yeah, it does. It's got a sweet... Let me see if I can find it. Arcadian. Where are they? Ooh. Oh, there we go. So, I do have some Vestorian snipers somewhere as well. So I got 1 or 2 blisters of Vestorian snipers somewhere. These lads... I'm supposed to have 3 dead ones. I don't know if they exist in my bot in this one. 21 geezers and 2 heavy weapons chappies. So you've got... Hello! The big las cannon of doom. Special weapon. The mortar. Yeah, you know what? I don't think we do have the heavy bolter in this one. I might have the heavy bolter as another sprue somewhere, but that is a drum mag. Big fat juicy drum mag. By all means, do your thing. I'm stripping layers of wallpaper. Oh, you are living the life. So the house we moved into it's been stripped all over the place. So much stripping going on. Almost considered turning it into a gentleman's club. It's horrific. There was so much green wallpaper that the previous couple moved in the 80s. So that's like 40 years, basically. They wallpapered it with some horrific... It was 2-tone green vertical stripes. It was like a dark green and a sort of lighter pastel green. Where they didn't use that wallpaper, they used green paint. And then they also used what's it called? Not chipboard. That wallpaper with chips in. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's horrific stuff. The work of the devil. Oh, I tell a lie. It's been so long since I've been here. We do have the 3 dead geezers. Oh, that's made me so happy. I thought they weren't in here. I genuinely thought they weren't in here. Look, they're flat as a pancake. I was going to say a carpenter's dream, but then I realized that was a different phrase. I think it probably right. I think it was 50 quid, yeah. I remember one kid who now owns and runs 2 game stores purchased that army set. He did a great job painting them as well. Running a game store, that would be cool. It'd be very stressful. I think it'd be too much stress for me when it comes to the money situation. I think 50 quid sounds about right, Gabba. I think that was about right. Wood chip. Sadixie, that's the one. Yeah, what is it? What is it with that? It hides so many evils. It hides so many evils, that stuff. Like, you got slight cracks in the plasterwork underneath. Slap some wood chip on. No one will know. It's absolute ghastly stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I need to make sure I have the heavy bolter geezers. Because we got the las cannon and the mortar. I know I've got snipers. So we're going to build like a little thingy-majiggle out of these. We got the snipers, the command squad. I need to get heavy bolters. Then we can add them onto the Imperial Guard force that we're going to do. The wood chip wallpaper is just the work of the devil. Absolutely ghastly. When we moved in, our bathroom was yellow, sky blue, and pastel green. That's a powerful combination right there. Is this like, are these stripes or like different walls, different colors? What was the deal? I can't even imagine. I don't even know if I want to imagine such a thing. Don't get me wrong, I do like a yellow wall. Like, I really do like a yellow wall. I'm kind of fond of it. But combined with sky blue and pastel, all multicolored. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I was going to plonk this there. Just so I don't have to sort of wave my butt in your general direction again. Sorry. It was so bad, it sounds horrific. Yours was built in the 20s, and the couple that bought it moved in the 70s. So I'm convinced it's a time capsule. Yeah, exactly. You got plaster falling off the walls. I'm glad you... Yeah, exactly. Like, stripped some wallpaper in one of the rooms in the house, and they kind of... The only way I can really describe it is... Into the plaster of the wall, they'd scribed lines into it, and vertical lines. And to me, the only way I can describe it is, it kind of looked like Bath stone, like a Bath stone house. Not unless I'll show you a picture, in case you're not familiar, because not everyone will know what the hell. I don't know if I know what I'm gibbering about, but I'll show you. It kind of... This is the first picture that's appearing on my... it kind of looks like... There we go. So... You can't really see it now, actually. I mean, they kind of scribed it so that the wall looked like it was made of stone bricks. Like large, massive, juicy bricks. It was very weird, but it wasn't painted in different colours. It was so strange. Your bathroom still has carpet in? Well, I know some people are conflicted with carpet in bathrooms. What's everyone's opinion on that? We are painting, I promise. Maybe. We are painting, I absolutely promise. So the ratio is 1:1, black with Cantor blue. Got to itch my nose. I know my grandmother did carpet in the bathroom. When I lived in the States, it wasn't a wooden floor. What was it? It was like a vinyl kind of stuff, which certainly makes sense. That is a nice big place, yeah. If only, Lucian. As the owner of 2 children, carpet in the bathroom is a big no. Yeah, well, I don't have. I have. Both my brothers have children. Both of my nieces are 4, technically. Well, give or take a month. And my youngest brother's youngest child, 6 weeks away from turning 1. Yeah, I do understand that getting the carpet soaked is not a good idea. I mean, it's not something that I've got in the bathroom here. Because you can always put like a bath mat down, right? If you really require some of that water absorption. You could play Apocalypse on the lawn and have Jeeves the butler bring you a Pim's cider. Could have Jeeves, like, arm the cannons for me. Surely. If only. Just imagine. I don't know. It'd be wild. I think the problem is, I don't know. I don't know if there would be a point having a butler. I mean, there's even, like... I was going to say I need a butler to edit my videos. That would be just a video editor. That's what I would need. I would trade up, side trade, whatever the word is. That's what I would consider. In a place that size... I've already lost the picture. Hold on. We're getting ready to... Yeah, you'd probably kind of need one, wouldn't you? That or be married and have someone like to share the chores with. I think that's probably... I think that house is probably... All right. I think this house is probably a little bit too big for one person. Unless you had like a whole array of staff, which is just an entirely different conversation. I mean, I couldn't run that, even with all the time in the world. A servitor? Yeah, that's a good choice, actually. That's a good one. I like that. The servitor option. All right, we're going to slap some paint around, ladies and jelly spoons. Cantor blue, let's do it. I'm glad I got the Apocalypse box set. I'm sorry. Folks, we are painting. Definitely. Painting is... Is this paint valid? Yeah, you're still alive. What's the deal with you? You could play games on multiple floors. This is the paint which died. That's the one which went sideways on us. Au revoir, mon ami. Au revoir. I mean, the house that size would be pretty sweet for having massive games of Warhammer 40k. Or indeed, Warhammer Fantasy. I suppose the Age of Sigmar. I wouldn't do that, but, you know, some people would be all about it. From what my mum told me, it was very popular in the 70s and 80s. What, Chip? By the way, I have epilepsy. This is my excuse, okay? I have epilepsy. I am medicated. I really do struggle with putting sentences together sometimes. It doesn't help. No. Diverting the conversation, it's basically the main point of this stream. It's to see how little painting I can actually do. Once we will divert conversation into something else pretty shortly, but once I'm able to get back to editing videos, like the YouTube, the YouTube is where you'll go for actual painting videos. The live streams where you go for not painting. From what my mum told me, it was very popular in the 70s and 80s. I personally think me getting up in the middle of the night and carpet is probably not the best idea. Oh. Unless we're both thinking wildly different directions there. Well, you put your slippers on, shuffle off to the loo, do your thing. I don't know. Uh-oh. Drat. No carpet. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Did I, No, my brain's still on it. Yeah, it's fine. I think we do a little bit more of this. A little bit more of this. Where's my paint thinner gone? There. Yeah. Anyway, got some. We got some very kind of what's the stuff called? It's the precursor to vinyl. It's sort of very wibbly wobbly. That's not the right word. It's very... This is not nearly enough paint. This is not nearly enough paint. What on earth was I smoking today? What's the precursor to vinyl? Linoleum. Linoleum. That's what's... it's got a very nice smell, weirdly. Very weird stuff. So when did my grandmother move into that? Yeah, she moved into the house her house up in Sheffield late 80s and had that carpeted. I'm just trying... And then, weirdly, when she moved to her house down south in 2000s, yeah, that bathroom was... Both those bathrooms were tiled and she never bothered carpeting them. So I guess that was definitely a product of its era. We're going to wing it. The colours don't have to be an absolute match every single time. Do they? We're not going to cry. Oh God, is this... What's the state of this airbrush? Empty. So I have recorded some footage over the weekend. I managed to record a little bit when I was not irritating my nieces and nephew and my brother. So I did manage to get a tiny little bit of recording done for the World Eater's Contempt to Dreadnought that I've started painting. That is due to be finished. I have to finish that in 9 days. So when I'm feeling more awake, i.e. hopefully tomorrow, I'm hopefully going to be getting some more work done on the Contempt to Dreadnought. Got to pop out, get some snacks, Lucian. Get yourself a Snickers or Opal Fruit. Sorry, Starburst. Snickers, Opal Fruit. I don't know, whatever else you allowed yourself. Get snacks though. So I don't know. Flipping Nora. Yeah, my niece was very, very keen on finding chocolate eggs and things for the dreaded Easter egg hunt. Not quite sure how that came around, but she was very keen on it. Right, I need some paper. This will work. All right. We're going to have to do this so many times today. I can only apologize. But it needs to be done. Are we good? It might be a bit... Okay. We don't... It might be slightly too thinned. Might be over-thinned, in fact. We're going to get there eventually. We're going to struggle with this. I think I've over-thinned it. There's a definite difference. Definite difference, even. So damage report. When you're not stripping, what kind of Warhammery stuff do you like? There we go. That's better. This is not going to be perfect, these lads. They're not going to be perfect by any stretch of any imagination. But I do want to get them done. And then I can start really pondering the Blood Angel side of things. Like, we have this scheme here, which I am happy with. The gun casing, we're painting black on this particular one. This is only a test scheme. And I need to paint those cables steel. I really think painting that gun needs to be probably yellow. When I get around to painting the Terminators from Space Hulk, I'm really very tempted to paint gun casing yellow. Obviously, I don't have a Crux Terminator, so I'm leaving that spare. If and when I ever get to the point where freehanding is even on the agenda, I can come back in and repaint that, or like add that on. But this is only like a test scheme, so yeah, I think yellow casing's the move. I'm not sure. I normally just default to black casing. With my Ultramarines that I did in March, I did red casing, but red with like Blood Angels would be, I don't know, a bit much. You're an old school Lizardmen fan? Absolutely majestic. Every so often, I do get very tempted. I do get very tempted by getting some old school lizards. You know, I didn't personally like. What got me into the game? What got me into Warhams is Space Hulk, Space Crusade, which is why I'm very happy to have these, even if we are missing a couple. But whatever. So I got into the sci-fi side of things. I didn't get like my friends had Space Hulk, Space Crusade. I didn't know anyone who had Advanced Hero Quest. And I didn't get that. So I suspect if I'd managed to get my hands on that first, then maybe I would have gone down the fantasy side of things first. My first army was Space Wolves. I did always like the Bretonnian army. We do have one to paint in that cupboard. A bunch of Bretonnians. We've also got a bunch of Empire and Orcs. But the first that I did get into Warhammer Fantasy eventually, with the best army of all time. I got the Undead book. Unfortunately, I don't know where it's gone. I have a sneaky suspicion it's been disposed of. I need to buy another one. But I got this in 1996, 1997-ish. I can't quite remember. I think 97, I'm not sure. But I do really like how jazzy the lizard men are. So I do get very, very tempted every time I see them. Along with Dark Angels. Oh, you're one of them, are you? You've only come back to the hobby a couple of years ago. I took a 10-year break. So I used to work for Disney back in sort of 2000s. On the Lion King, which is why I dislike Disney, and the Lion King. But then I sort of dropped out of that, and then basically a year or two later, I started looking after my grandmother, helping my dad look after my grandmother who had dementia. So during that time, that would have been a great time to actually be painting, but it wasn't till basically 2018 when I stumbled over, late 2017, early 2018, I think. I stumbled over some of my old packed up Warhammer miniatures in some boxes at Mum's house when I was having a rummage around, and that got me back into it. So I think having a break is quite a common thing. Whether it's accidental or on purpose. What on earth is going on with this airbrush? Absolutely misbehaving today. I think we needed a bit of flow improver. Next mix up of it, we're going to add some flow improver. Okay, so this is... We are going to go over this with Null Oil. At some point. I don't know when, but we are. We've got one, one base coated. This is going to take so long. Or I can just only apologize. Unfortunately, it's a necessary evil to get these done. Funnily enough, I do have an old 20 metal Blood Angels Dreadnought in the house somewhere. In fact, I saw it just the other day. The old Boxnaut. Lion King is one of your favorite childhood movies. I remember watching the animated thing. And I did like it, genuinely. And then sort of, I was at college, basically doing, I wanted to get into films, doing miniature model making. That's what I really wanted to get into doing. So I came back from the States and then bumbled around for a year or so, whatever it was. I got a couple of job interviews, which didn't really pan out, unfortunately, like Aardman and places like that. And I worked on a film as a runner. And then I think my mum suggested, why don't you try theatre? They have like special, like animatronics and things like that, which you know how to do. So I thought, I hadn't thought about that. So I applied for Lion King. That was the first one. They were hiring, so that's how I ended up working for them. You took a break because you became a teenager and found girls? Yeah. One of the greatest road bumps to hobbying. Of the ladies. Yeah. It's... I can understand that one. Oof. I think that's probably quite common, in fact. Oof. Okay, that's 2 done. God, we got so much painting to do on these. Oh my God. We're going to get there in the end, though. Yeah, working on... I mean, I didn't really hate the people I worked with or anything like that. It's just... I got very kind of... There's only so many times you can listen to The Circle of Life without losing your marbles. I guess that might be some of my reasoning. I'm not entirely sure these days. So long ago. And I certainly did certainly have fun, like on the cast change parties and stuff like that. That was always fun. And like, you know, I was in my 20s. In the year 2000, I turned 20, and you know, I started working for Disney in 2003, maybe 2004. I get the dates muddled up a little bit. Whatever, early 20s onwards. Working in London and earning a good wage, I had a very good time party wise. I just got grumpy and bitter. So Dixie, you came back to it about 2 weeks ago after 20-something year break. Holy moly! Welcome back to you all. 20-year break. That is impressive. Did you find any of your old minis? Were they remote or are they long gone? It's probably one of the things I'm most sad about. Mostly because painting stuff gives me something to do with your spare time. Yeah. Well, I generally think hobbies in general are always a good thing. Like you know, if you've got excess spare time, some people like sleeping. I like painting. The painting generally relaxes me when it's going well. And stress is one of the things which increases the chance of me having a seizure. So I like to kind of do things which are relaxing, rather than stressful. So you won't find me bungee jumping or any of that sort of nonsense. I don't even know how popular bungee jumping is these days, or skydiving. Painting. That's what I like. And computer gaming. I do like gaming. When I have a computer which works. Stop motion. Yeah, so I did try stop motion. In fact, I built an armature for a stop motion puppet. I had to do I think it was 30 seconds or a minute of stop motion animation, making it move and making a little thing. I have sculpted before, and I do want to get back to sculpting. In fact, where is my... I sculpted this monstrosity when I was living in the States, in fact, in 2001, so 24 years ago. I sculpted this. Never really quite finished it because it's looking a bit weird and it's super... I do want to get back to sculpting, so I don't know if we'll do that on live streams or maybe... I don't know. I'm not quite sure where we can work that in. I would like to do it, get back to a bit of sculpting. Because I know people like Gabba love that one, so that's why I like showing that one. How to do badder? What's up, Dave? How's it going? Happy Monday to you. I hope you had a good weekend, dude. So what kind of graphic design? Graphic design I wish I could do. I know a bunch of people who went into that. One day I'll get the correct clip which meshes up to that sound clip. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, graphic design is something I'm not great at. I wish that I could make stuff work, but it's just, I'd basically have to hire someone like yourself to make stuff look good for websites and blogs and stuff. It's terrible and whatnot. And typeface, I don't know, all of that stuff is just well beyond me. So Dixie, there might be some minis in the parents' loft. Absolutely go excavating. Go say, I'm going doing some archaeology. Parents, I got some, got to have a rummage around. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know where my second edition 40k went. I have a sneaky suspicion that when I was living in America, my brothers got rid of it. Because I know they got rid of the Super Nintendo. Because it was the Super Nintendo was half mine and half of my middle brother's. Because we got that as a joint present one year. And when I was living in America, when I moved over to America... What the... What the hell was that? Eleni, what the hell was that? Thank you so much for whatever that was. Thank you so much for your sweet, sweet biddies. I got no idea what that was. I was so confused. I'm blaming Jimmy on that, by the way. He been banging on about that thing for ages. I don't think I've got that set up well at all. I didn't put numbers in, so it's absolutely default. Thank you. I do worry that the audio levels are slightly wonky now with the audio. Let me see if I can drop the music down a smidgen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your sweet, sweet biddies. Eleni, how the hell are you? Good to see you. Happy Monday. London's great when you're young. I'm a born and raised Londoner, but I moved just after the pandemic to Birmingham with my fiance. And we've had our son and bought our house last week. Well, congratulations. That's fantastic. That's very awesome. Where in London are you sort of... whereabouts in London are you from? I used to live in South London. I sort of vaguely around, like, I was born in Surrey, and I was lived there for a year, and then my parents, like, we moved up to Shropshire. So, like, that's kind of like, I don't know. I like Shropshire and Yorkshire. Those are the shires that I like. But we moved back to London and then ended up in, where was the last one? Streatham. No, not Streatham. Gypsy Hill, Crystal Palace. Before I moonwalked out of there. It just got too stressful in the end. Listen, Eleni, don't make fun of my English, all right? I can English real good. If I could find it, I'd be happy, lad. 2 boxes of first edition Necromunda. Some BFG. Or some people like the BFG. Second edition Orcs and Imperial Guard and a load of Gorka Morka. Oh, God. So, Dixie, seriously, you've got to go excavating. Seriously. That's like a gold mine. Like, if you... you're sitting on a potential gold mine. I can't remember what happens when you get wasted in GTA. Do you wake up naked? Or is that just like the beginning of most Sundays? Thank you so much for... You found your Catechin box? Nice one, Gabba. No, you die. No, I know you die, but like when you respawn, I can't remember what happens like when you respawn in GTA. It's been so long since I've played it. And are we getting GTA 6? Shepherd's Bush? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, London's just... Wait, hold on, back up. You never played it? Damn. Hot damn. Okay. I guess not everyone plays it. Thank you very much. You're not too far from... You live in Hellzone? So I lived... I lived in Shropshire, but I went to like school in Worcestershire and then also Stourbridge for a little bit. No guns and no money. Damn it. Eleni, I don't think you're missing out. I think GTA... when I was working in Lion King, I used to really love playing on the old PlayStation... What was it called? That handheld PlayStation thing. PSP, I think it was called. GTA Vice City. Sweet baby Jesus. Oh, the soundtrack was so damn good. I spent so much time playing that. It was so good. You played OG... Oh, likewise, dude. And then GTA London as well. Yeah, that was a good time, that was. It's been so long. I have GTA... Hold on, let me fire up Dubry Firkins. By the way, we're hoping that the stream doesn't go tits up today on stream. On stream, while we're live. We've got... It normally starts going weird at 6 o'clock, so we've got 20 minutes. Do I have GTA on this computer? What's the alphabet? FG. Fugger. No, the GTR Evolution. That's a racing game by the looks of it, which I've never played or installed. GTA 3 was the first proper one. Yeah, I think it was. I have GTA 4. And I think I did like it, but never finished it. And I never bothered with GTA 5. The radio stations were so damn good. I listened to all like the synthwave stuff, like, and all the absolute bangers. Eleni, how was your weekend? What did you get up to? Going to more conventions or just chilling? Okay. We've got so much to do. It's going to be ridiculous. Vice City is the GOAT. Do agree. Absolutely love that. I absolutely love the vibe. I hate using that phrase. Really not keen on it, and I find myself using it every so often, and it irritates me every time I say it. But whatever, I've said it. I'll dig it. That was just so good. You work this weekend? Oh, bloody hell. What's up with that? You want to not be doing that. So take it easy today? Yeah, Monday was the day off I did laundry. And what did I used to do on my Monday, on my one day off a week? I recovered from going out on Sunday night and getting absolutely lashed. And then did that head just fall? No, you're good. Then I got up and did the laundry. I didn't go to the gym. That was my one day off from the gym a week. That cat needs to stop looking at me. It's very creepy. Thank you very much for that. I also keep forgetting which way to look when I want to look into like onto the screen. I'm going to look that way, apparently. Thank you very much for the side-eyed cat. Oh, he's breaking free of the camera. Thank you very much for your sweet, sweet biddies. Out of interest, folks, do those Tangier bot, or however you pronounce that word, do those bits go towards hype trains? I have no idea. If anyone has knowledge on that, that would be very juicy. But you got to finish unpacking your suitcase. Wait, hold on. Your suitcase? You've been on holiday? Or is this from the convention? I've still not seen that film. I can't even remember what film it's supposed to be from. What's it from? Can you translate that? From the convention. Was that not in your own city, Eleni, though? Thank you very much for... I see that clip and that meme a lot, and I just got no idea where it comes from. I know it's something I've obviously not seen. Which really narrows it down in this day and age. Oh, God. Oh, you stayed... Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I can understand that. Ooh! All right.
You ever think that maybe there's more to life than being really, really, really ridiculously good looking?
No. I peaked. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. Once we get to this level, there's only so much one can do. Isn't that right, folks? I've not had any of my coffee yet. Thank you very much, by the way. I should keep saying thank you very much for all the sweet, sweet biddies provided. Oh, hello. You know what? I need to watch this again. They really did. They really did. I need to watch that series, but what I would like to really watch before is 20. I have a hankering. I restarted. I restarted watching. Blah, 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 blah. Oh God, Walking Dead. Recently, I got to series 6 and thought, which is what I normally do. I get to about series 6 and then go, Hold on a minute. Oh! Hello. Thank you so much for that sweet subscription on YouTube. Hashtag appreciate you. And your sweet biddies, Eleni. So I have restarted. Christ. I've also started speaking English just recently, which is why we do struggle a little bit from time to time. Where was I going? Oh, hold on. Walking Dead, Series 6. Yeah, but I'll probably watch a couple more seasons, but I would like to watch 24 again. That's what I would like to watch. But I don't know where the hell it's on. It doesn't seem to be on anywhere. The struggle do be real. It really does. Something Breaking Bad. I also want to watch Breaking Bad again. Like, I have to binge watch the bloody things, unfortunately. And because I was too grumpy to get into 24 the first time, I never ended up getting any DVDs. So when I did find it eventually, I just binge watched it all in about half a week. I know that's probably impossible, but whatever. I binge watched many of the series very quickly and just kind of hoped that they'd be available to stream all the time, but I was very wrong. And then I do want to watch Breaking Bad again. So there we go. Womposaurus, how's it going, you saucy rascal? By the way, have I de-merged the chat? I have. Because I do apologise. Folks, lovely folks on YouTube and lovely folks on Twitch. I do genuinely apologise. We are supposed to have, underneath this massive girthy donation goal, beneath my face, there is a blank space, which used to be like a merged YouTube Twitch chat, so that people on both, Twitch and YouTube could see what the other people were saying on the other platform. Unfortunately, Twitch has an issue with that, so I've had to nuke that, which is a sad time. But there we go. Oh, you know what? My brother was talking about Yellowstone yesterday. As I said to him, I didn't realize that Yellowstone was contemporary. I didn't realize it was now time. Womposaurus, sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I just, we need to talk about Death Guard. My friend. Can't stay, but wanted to say hello. Decided on orange plasma. Ooh, good choice. Yeah, no, totally. Orange plasma. It's a classy one. Go for it. I like it. So over the weekend, we did get we do have pre-orders coming up. This paint is definitely not getting skanky in this airbrush. Let me... Oh, no, that's YouTube. We've got featured news, ladies and jelly spoons. If we go here, we see one of the worst miniatures of all time. But if we go to next week, i.e. this Saturday, Codex, Death Guard, and World Eaters. A couple of Battle Forces. I'm going to attempt to get this one, I think. Because I like the idea of doing a very, very heavy Death Guard Terminator arm force. Actually, I suppose this one would work. I don't think I have any Death Shroud yet, so... Plus, there's a Rhino. They got some awesome looking dice. That's got the new character in it. Meh. The worst are World Eaters. The only good thing about it is the Demon Prince. The King of Beers? Hold on, which one's the King of Beers, Avian? I can't remember. Which one's the King of Beers? Can you remind me the brand? When I was living in the States, I was drinking PBR and Bush. You have 0 Death Shroud. I want to see stats where I buy any terms. Budweiser. Never massively in on them. I like a Budvar. Like the proper stuff. I don't like the American stuff. Apologies. Yeah, like I never quite got into the Budweiser. Like I do like the Budvar, like the that one, but not the American stuff. Well, it is. I mean, like my family on my mother's side would be not happy. Seeing as they owned a brewery up in Sheffield. They like bitter. I like bitters and ales. You prefer your beer to be bred? I do like a Guinness, but not very often. So this Combat Patrol has a Death Geezer in it. See, it does look a bit weird with the red armor on, but whatever. Some dice. Emperor's Children with the flawless blades. So I will get this. What about Corona? Is that the one? Is that the one you slap a bit of lime in, or am I getting my drinks muddled up? I know people are quite fond of slapping a little bit of lime in the top. I had to take some medicine that made everything carbonated with CO2 taste horrid. Oh, okay, that's fair. Huh. What medication was that, out of interest? If you're comfortable saying, that is. Yeah, I when I was working in The Lion King, okay, so I've done this before, sort of. Stage door was, if this is the road, right? Road here, big road up here, big road up here. Theatre is here. Stage door is here. There's a bar right here on this same small road called Be At One. So I used to go wee and get many, many drinks. And I did have several Coronas before moving on to proper drinks. If I'm going to get Pilsner, I will have Urquell. It's true. This is why you drink wine instead. What kind of wine do you like? Red, white, rosé? Or do you only drink champagne? Fresh Urquell is heavenly. I don't think I've ever had it. Or even heard of it. Where does it hail from? I like rum-based drinks. Those are my jams. I'm very, very fond of a rum-based beverage. It's from Czech. Gotcha. Yeah. Moscato. You like your sweet wines? I do like a nice dessert wine. Like an ice wine and stuff like that. They're very, very drinkable. And when I went to the south of France, there was like staying at a friend of my dad's house. Like that region, sort of the Armagnac region, it was red wine fortified with Armagnac. Whoa. Whoa. Very drinkable. Very drinkable. Very strong. It's originally translated as OG Pilsner. Oh, okay. I don't really go hunting for beers, but I will keep my eyes peeled. That is the throne, by the way. We are slowly working our way towards... Working my way back to you. Sorry. The Mastodon of Doom. Traitor Guardsman. Oi, oi, Savaloy. How's it going? You have 3 or 6 of everything for the Death Guard. You don't have Morty or the Demon Prince. You'll be getting a load of Poxes. Sorry, you'll be getting the Lord of Poxes. I like that mini. Oh, God. Wait, hold on. I need to find out. Was that in the army box set? I got so sidetracked I didn't even pay attention. Ah, okay. Yes, it is. The Lord of Poxes does look sweet AF. I believe the phrase is. Sweet AF. With that big sort of executioner sword. Thank you, Traitor Guardsman. I would have forgotten. You sneaky ground mammal. I need bed. Wamposaurus, you have sweet dreams. All right. Look after yourself. I enjoy the. I will. Well, I'll certainly do the bug painting. Whether or not we enjoy it, only time will tell. Time after time. We're gonna get hit by YouTube for copyright infringement if I keep singing so well. So I probably better stop. Sorry, folks. I believe you used to get it on tap stateside, still better than Bud. Yeah, I don't know, man. When I was living in the States, I was a broke student. Like, it was usually what's the cheapest, and for us, it was usually Pabst Blue Ribbon or Bush. Which I eventually sort of found I could drink a lot of. He looks a lot like an enemy from Resident Evil 8. Now, I'm not familiar with Resident Evil games. I am familiar with Resident Evil as a thing, as a world or whatever. But I'm not very familiar with the monsters and things in it. Burrito, it is me. In the beginning, I was me. How are you, Burrito? I hope you are well. Happy Monday to you. By the way, we do have another camera angle for doing the YouTube videos. You can't really see it, but underneath this monthly sub goal, I would like to eventually do gaming streams when if we hit that goal. But here, there's a table, and there's a camera attached to this sort of thing. Excuse me, for top-down views rather than over-the-shoulder views. So that's what we'll be using for the majority of YouTube videos. We'll be doing top-down, but I will cut that in with. If I have to do airbrushing, it will be from this angle. That was your problem? You were looking to get plastered? I was looking to get very, very plastered. But the problem was, all right, I also found Tequila Gold, a special. That was very drinkable as well. Shots of tequila. Plus cheap beer. We did get very plastered. A lot. You think the Lord of Pox will be good for boarding actions? So tell me about boarding actions. Get me up to date with that. I'm not... Is that a low points sort of game mode? So folks, if you are new to this stream, welcome. You found a very good stream. True, you have found a very good stream. But I do stream Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays at 4 o'clock UK time. I also do 3D printing. I do have a 3D printing store. And what else? Yeah, that's as far as I got. We're finally going to be getting around to doing YouTube videos, like painting videos, though, as well. It's just getting to the point where I can edit again is the issue. You got 4 BattleTech models. Do you need 5? You should probably get another, right? Marauder 2, Crusader, Orion, and the Atlas. I am not... I was about to say I've played BattleTech. That's complete. I've played Mech Warrior, excuse me, at some point. What's up, Fluent Code? How you doing today? Happy?
Of course. Are you willing to entertain a few concepts? I am always receptive to suggestions.
Wiggly eyebrows. How you doing, Fluent Code? Happy Monday to you. First ever models. I can't remember what Metal Gear. I can't remember what Mech Warrior I played. It would have been one of the early ones because I'm old, according to some people. But welcome. It's good to have brand new minis. First ever ones as well. In that case, I take that back. You don't need to buy any straight away. You get those finished. Welcome into the hobby. Inner Sphere Direct Fire Lance is what the box is. Oh, okay. I'm not massively, like... I know they're sort of just like stompy robots. But that's kind of really where my knowledge of it ends. I do like mech things. And I would like to paint some. I'm just seeing if I can... I keep having to look at the name of the game. I get so confused. What's it called again? Battletech. No. Battletech. I'm all right, Fluent Code. I got to see my brother and his family over the weekend, which was very nice, exhausting. My niece left us with... She took 10 cupcakes and left us with 2, which was very generous of her. I think if her mum hadn't said something along the lines of, do you think maybe your uncle would like a cupcake? If she hadn't said that, then I reckon she would have taken all of them. Absolutely demolished them, which would have been fine as well, obviously. But she is a fiend for cakes. It always makes me cackle. Are you giving them a Soviet? So when you say a Soviet paint scheme, do you mean like Soviet sort of, I don't know, World War II contemporary scheme? Or do you mean... My brain is also saying, well, do you mean that? Or also, do you mean like sweet red armor? Because I would be very tempted by sweet red armor as well. You had some of the old FASA miniatures, but got rid of them years ago. Guess who regrets that now? Fluent Code, I'm afraid you're going to have to get me up to date because I'm not entirely sure what that is. No, I'm not. I'm not Gabba. I don't dig them. I don't dig those robots. Is anyone getting the Thousand Suns robots, whatever they're called? Like, I liked their sort of weird ones they had in Horus Heresy. But they look weird. They just look weird, man. Oh, so Boarding Actions is 500-point game. Inside a Space Hulk. Well, we do have Space Hulk Terminators to paint. This is not one of them, but this is the scheme I'm going for. Torso-wise, weaponry, I think I might go yellow casing rather than black, but... Tank, oh, olive drab, nice. I know what you mean now. Yeah. It's just like sometimes when people sort of say Soviet or whatever, like my brain also goes with like red, because I have seen red armored. I think they're mostly people, admittedly. And I do really kind of like that scheme because it's pretty cool. And a girl, if the cupcakes weren't already in someone's hand, then this is true. It's true. Fluent Code. Like, seriously, we had delicious pudding, Sunday lunch, right? Lemon pudding, which is lemon, which is obviously very tart. And to counter the tartness, you have to make it very sweet. So it's actually a very sweet pudding. So she demolished her sort of bowl of that. She had seconds. And then, as soon as she stopped eating that, she was like, I want chocolate. Because it was like, Easter Sunday. And there'd been an Easter egg hunt. So she moved on from lemon pudding to going, I want chocolate. Within, I think by the time she'd finished chewing the pudding. Boarding Actions and Kill Team are the games of the moment. Oh, okay. Well, I should probably read up on that a little bit more than the Traitor Guardsman, I reckon, on about the Boarding Actions. Boarding Actions allow for other people to fight on spaceships. Hell yes, I like that. As someone who got in with Space Hulk, Space Crusade. Not the over-the-top Soviet red, that's the Soviets. That the Soviets actually did on a plane. Really? I didn't know they actually did that on a plane. I do like that, though. I mean, it is over the top, and it's obviously not remotely camouflaged of, like, any sort. Did she look at... Oh, no, dude. She didn't look at mine. Do you know why? Because she was staring at her own plate. She was very concentrated on her own bowl of... I almost said cereal. Her own bowl of, like, pudding. And by the time she'd finished, I was basically finishing as well, because I'm an absolute fiend for that pudding as well. Like, I've grown up on that pudding. That's basically one of the family favorites for my brothers and I. We're all very keen on that pudding, and it never lasts. That and trifle and rice pudding. I got this glove on back to front, upside down. Oh, the Yak 3. Oh, I'm Googling that. Hold on. I'm taking this glove off and Googling that. You'd love to either get Thousand Sons or Emperor's Children. Well, we do have Emperor's Children. I did get the army box. We will be painting them up, I think, in May. Hold on. I wanted to do two things before I got really sidetracked. What was it called? Yak 3P. Oh, she had absolute tunnel vision. Yeah, Avian, seriously. Like when she has a bowl of pudding in front of her, ice cream, chocolate pudding, whatever it is, she has absolute tunnel vision on it. She's very focused on it. And it's not like she's like remotely fat or anything like that. She's not like, she doesn't just live for puddings and things, and but she does love them, which makes me smile. You'll stick with the Seraphon and Dark Angels. Well, staying focused on only a couple of armies, as I've got to put my sensible hat on. It's very imaginary because I don't listen to my own advice. Very sensible to only have a couple of armies. So that's the sensible bit. Yo, that Yak 3P, that is, I like that. I was not expecting that. That's very cool. I don't think I can eat pudding after watching Brain Dead. Dude, Avian, that scene put me off rice pudding for a bit. And I love rice pudding. Absolutely love rice pudding. I don't know what they were eating in that thing, but like seeing that scene, I was just... Because when I have rice pudding, like the family, we all do the same thing. It's raspberry jam into the rice pudding. And that was like, oh God, I can't... I'm gonna need a month or so before I get back to rice. She is growing. No, she really is. It's great. Emperor's Children boarding actions, rules in the new White Dwarf. Oh, is that out? Nice. Yeah, I've not seen Brain Dead in a long, long time. Like, I think 1997. No, 1998 was the last time I watched that film. Now, where is... Hold on. Where's my... I was looking at a... new recruit army list with Death Guard. I don't think it's on here, but it's lots of Terminators. It was lots of Terminators. I'll show you the list that I saw. Right? It's not great, and I'm not going to be playing the game, so don't take it too seriously. However, yeah, so it's Mortarion, Typhus, 10 Blightlord Terminators, 6 Death Shroud, 6 Death Shroud, 6 Death Shroud, Land Raider, a Great Unclean One, and 10 Plague Bearers. Behold, the greatest army of all time. I don't understand any of this pudding talk. Is this? Oh, whereabouts in the world are you, Burrito? Pudding. Okay, so my family and many others. I think it might be a regional thing. I'm not entirely sure, but pudding for us is always like the dessert course, or something like is a dessert course. I know in America, pudding is like some sort of goopy sweet stuff, which is like, I'm not quite custard, but I can't quite explain. It's something weird and slightly goopy. We have talked about your burrito. I do apologize. Eventually, I will remember. Please don't take it personally. My memory is really bad. It's impressively bad, in fact. Your Black Templar list is lots of Terminators, as it should be. All 40k, like, all the good lists should be lots of Terminators. Now I will, just because you told me not to. Oh, is that how it works? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so that's... So rice, when I say rice pudding, it's just like... pudding rice, so short rice, or whatever it's called. Pudding rice is what I call it. An amount of sugar, some vanilla, fill it up with milk, bung it in the oven, and it's very delicious. It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a kid's meal, kid's dessert, but it is good, and I do like it. I like it a lot. How many Terminators is in your Black Templar list, Gabba? All right. Oh, hello. That's a waste of paint. We are going to have to mix up some more of this. And then we black blah, blah, blah. Null oil wash the lot of them. And then we pick out all the detail again. It's quite, I don't know, they're insects. They're never, they are a bit of work to paint. Quite a lot of faff. Do you know what I mean? So, Gabba, did you say if you're getting the Combat Patrol? I can't remember if you already bought your Flawless Blades. I should post pictures of my model sometimes, but the anxiety of not thinking that... No. Burrito. Seriously. Hold on. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about how your miniatures look. The fact that you're painting is the good thing, as far as I'm concerned. I was talking about rice pudding, Lucian. I'm just trying to find some of my first miniatures that I ever painted. Burrito. No. They don't exist in this box. I've got my my second and third character that I ever painted over there. I meant to get the miniature out. I saw it the other day and I completely forgot. This is precisely why I like to have the miniature, because it's like one of the first 5 miniatures I ever painted, and it was horrific, absolutely horrific. But I like to keep it because then I can go, yo, look, our first attempts are not always how we wish they probably looked or anything like that. But you know, with a little bit of practice, like I can definitely improve my mini painting. I know that. And I wish I could improve faster, but I'm just slow. It's a classic pudding. It's so good with jam and cream. But we were talking, Lucian. The problem was, Avian was talking about. Have you seen the film Brain Dead? It's called Dead Alive, I think, in America, or at least it was when I watched it. when I rewatched it when I moved over there. In fact, so I have seen it in 2001. That's when I last watched it. When that scene where they're into their dessert. Was that the limited edition one? Like the event one? Traitor Guardsman, the Biosigns Terminated. I think I've asked, yes, I have asked someone to get me one. They have one for me. But as always, I need to get in contact with them to send them my address and also send them money. But yes, I have that one. Well, I technically don't at this point, but I will do. I'll post your Atlas, which is whipping my Norn in mini. Do it. Yeah, Peter Jackson's. Yeah, exactly, Lucian. They've been posted. Oh, there we go. There we go. I see the top one is the Soviet sort of olive drab or whatever kind of one. So this is a tabletop game. Like, how big are the armies? And I think you should have seen my first mini. It's absolutely horrific. You've got paint where it's supposed to be. You know? I think you're doing yourself a disservice. And your Norn... Which one was it? The Norn... Is it the Emissary or the other one? I know there are two, and I know you've told me which one it is. I accidentally made that green by dropping too much blue and yellow. See, I wouldn't have even done that. I literally just put... In fact, I still do that. I just... For a lot of times, I will literally just buy the paint and use it from the pot. I will thin it down, if anything. Although this paint we're using right now, I did mix it with some black. Because I'm well arty. Adverts. Your first is tight. I'll wait for the adverts to finish. Yeah, I love rice pudding. What do you like in your rice pudding, Lucian? Tell me. Adverts. Hey, also, folks, we're now officially growing the channel on Twitch. We're one above our previous high. Happy days. Chad, what's up? How's it going? What's cracking? Happy Monday to you. Did you have a good weekend? Ooh, hello. Thank you for having some pressure. Thank you. Appreciate it. Airbrush. So I think at this rate, we'll do a little bit of batch painting every month. So we can slowly work on our armies that need to get painted. I see chat moving. I'm not ignoring you. Promise. Yo, folks, I watched a film last night, sort of, called Infini, something like that. Has anyone seen it? Can someone explain what the hell happens? Because I was not paying enough attention, and it's gone in one ear and out the other, or one in one eye and out of the other. What's up, Commander Shepherd? How you doing? What's cracking, dude? Happy Monday. Chad, you're working on a small, unique, old-style Blood Angels commission that doesn't have to adhere to Codex rules. It's for Game Change 1. Oh, okay. And you've been given no guidance on theme? So old style Blood Angels. Do you know where you're going with it? So I have no clue how BattleTech works. Just like Cool Mech, I can totally understand that. So you're going white and gold with all the power claws I could fit on. So how many? Is it just the one miniature, or is it like a unit? And white and gold, very, very classy. Very classy. Also the advert, yeah, I do apologize. Cursed adverts. Okay, we're going to have to... Oof. Okay. I think this one needed a little bit more. Is anyone happy? So was anyone happy about the army boxes, combat patrol, death guard, world eaters? Or were they not? BattleTech is amazing in many ways to get into it with video games. Sweet, sweet video games. I'm trying to... I'm saying MechWarrior 3. I don't know when that was out there. I'm going to get this keyboard. So it's from a shoebox of old Marine bits you compiled over years. Hell yes, I like it already. I don't know why I would have... It would have... You know why? You know why I purchased MechWarrior 3? I think it was... Yes. It was... Oh. Maybe it was MechWarrior 2. It would have been a... you know CDs on game magazines? What's the word? I've forgotten the word for it. It was MechWarrior 2. I can remember the graphics. Like a sample. What's the bloody word for it? Not a beta. A demo. It was on a demo disc. That was the word I was looking for. MechWarrior 2. That's the game I've played. That's the only one of them I've played. Of those stompy robot games. Apart from Titanfall, but that's slightly different. So you got Furiosa Dread, 1 Lib, 1 Chaplain, 5 Termies, 3 Sanguinary Guard with wings, 5 Blood Angels with jump packs and 10 tacks. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. You got 2 Assault Class mechs, the Marauder, 2 and the Atlas. You're painting the Marauder with olive drab. Then I have a Brawler, which is the Orion, and a missile boat. I'm always conflicted. I like the idea of massive gunboats, but then again, melee things, just going up and smacking other robots. Very tempting. No combat patrol for me. Your EC list is the only 1,000 points. And I want to get that painted before I do another 1,000 to get Fulgrim and so on. Are you going to get a Greater Demon of Slanesh as well? Just an accidental Fulgrim and Greater Demon of Slanesh with some Seekers. You played Mech 5? Yeah, I know. I've seen some interesting gaming setups for those games, I think, in the past. Or maybe just one. MechWarrior 2 is your all-time top-time games, but now I'd suggest either the new MechWarrior or the BattleTech game. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to play it, but it's just... I own Titanfall 2. I've never played it. I've owned it basically for ages, and I've never played it. That is going to be one of the first games that I want to play single player, at least. I know the multiplayer, I think, was... Well, I say I know, and then follow that up by saying I think. Sort of going against each other right there with that sentence. But I believe Titanfall 2 multiplayer was pretty good. I certainly enjoyed the first multiplayer. That was a great time. I'll make you my missile boat over the top. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll do it. I like it. Since mechs with boatloads of missiles is already over the top. Yeah, I know, but it's not the point. We can finally make proper EC lists on the app next week. Really? I hope so. It is taking its time, isn't it? You would have thought they'd have that ready to roll out. Maybe. Or are they just trying to sell more codexes? So like, oh no, you got to wait, mate. You got to wait. You got to wait before those come. And then. Don't want to be too cynical. But at the same time. Yeah, that list with the Mortarion and the Great Unclean One makes me really want to find this guy's head and shoulders, head and other arm even. I think we're going to give him the sword and the bell. I think that's the plan. I am going to strip him, get rid of the magnets, glue them together properly, and get rid of any seams. Because I realized that we've also got seams and like cracks and things to fill in, so I'm not. We will be stripping this bad boy, and we will be painting him. Obviously, we'll doing lots of fleshy paint again, but I want to attempt to do a good job of it. I'm going to have to look at probably quite a lot of fat bodies to get all the like rolls and things painted. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to have to probably yeah. You don't know what to do with your brawler. What are the options for it, Burrito? Our box are limited, so oh, that's fair, Gabba. Yeah, that's a good point. What's up, Jake? How's it going? Well, High Fleet. Well, I think. So when I got into when I first got into Genestealers back in 1990, when I first got into Space Hulk, I always remember them as blue, dark blue, and sort of the skin was sort of pink and purple. So that's what we're vaguely heading towards. So like generally this scheme. And I think folks are going to have to help me out. They were retroactively given a, is it High Fleet Kraken? Is that it? I don't know. I can't remember, truth be told. I think people might say High Fleet Kraken. Jake? Is there any Deathwing in the near vicinity? No. Because no one... There's a Blood Angel test scheme. We do have the Blood Angels to paint. This was only a test scheme that I printed out and painted as... because I wasn't quite sure if this scheme would work. It does. I think we'll do yellow weaponry. We'll go fully sort of second edition scheme color. Lovely research media. Wait, what? Gabba? Oh, lovely research? Yeah. Well, honestly, the first time I started painting them, I remember I was looking for, there's no real nice way to say it. So apologies, YouTube, and apologies, Twitch. I was trying to find dead people which have been found in water. That was what I was originally going for with that one, but it sort of went a bit weird. So I'm not massively keen on doing masses of searches for that particular topic again. Exactly. Yeah, that's probably another way of saying it. Yeah, that's what I should have said, Burrito. Yeah, bloated corpses. That's a better way of saying it. A High Fleet Hydra. There we go. That's the one. They look awesome now that I'm seeing them. Always love the old red and bones. Yeah, see, The red and bone ones, I do remember. I personally remember from what mid to late 90s, I think. I can't really remember when they first sort of started appearing. But I have the Space Hulk game. And I thought, well, in fact, I can show you my Tyranids that I've painted up from Leviathan. If we go to my Instagram, which I will cunningly link at this, would segue into. Although, of course, that's only on Twitch. Majestic. I will slap that into the YouTube chat as well. I need to make it short, make it so that appears on old YouTube as well. However, if we go to my Instagram, okay, that is not me. That's Raptor Imperialis, a wizard. So my Genestealers are somewhere here soon. I need to get better pictures of them, but these are my Genestealers, and they're pretty similar actually. So I don't think they're not massively different from what I'm painting now. A little bit more magenta. I've crammed in, a little bit more magenta into the paint scheme where possible, because magenta rules. But I'm not really sure if I was planning on making it look like original ones or not. But that's where we've ended up. Moot's Green is mediocre compared to the powers of Bilious Green, my friend. Mediocre. Oh, that's Kraken, the red and bones. I see my knowledge is not great. I do apologize. I like the Spetsnaz Urban Grey camo. These Battletech models feel really solid and nice compared to Warhammer models. But might just be because they came pre-built. Having a miniature which you don't have to worry about is definitely a good thing. Like, I have this one right here, which I am just waiting to accidentally look at the wrong way and it fall apart. Like, there's way too much going on. So I do appreciate the chunky miniatures as well. You want urban mech because they're funny? You should look at them. They're literally hiding behind a cement building, probably. Like a skyscraper or something. Come on, Shepard, how was your weekend? What's cracking, dude? Your biggest problem is trying to get a red star on the shoulders on somewhere. Are they flat panels or not? Are they sort of, how flat are they? I mean, I would initially say trying to find a decal is probably a good start. Otherwise, you're good. You've been playing EVE Online again. Is that why? I was not looking at spacecraft over the weekend on a certain game. I was trying not to. Chad, hey Badge, do you use your wet palette? I do. I've got multiple wet palettes. I've got this one, and I have its bigger brother, the big blue one. Oh, in fact, I'll tell you what. The big blue one, that was a Kickstarter, and I really liked it, and then I ended up getting the smaller one. That's what happened. That's the story of the wet palettes. Yeah, so I have the Red Grass Games one, the studio one, which is like the large. It's covered in bits. Hold on, let me see if I can. So I have this one. I've got it covered in 3D printed bits. So I have this one. And I have its smaller brother or sister or whatever relation. If I can find Scorpion Green as the GOAT, I mean, it's pretty bloody good, but it's not as good as Bilious Green. But we all know that, and that's okay. I know you're you love the Scorpion Green though. It's all right. Rounded shoulders, Marauder, flattish. Okay. Well, you could potentially lightly draw a star on with a pencil and paint over it. That is an option. Otherwise, a transfer. And then just trace around it with a paintbrush, basically. Urban Mech's the walking trash can. Oh, yeah. Jake over on YouTube says, I still have the entire Tyranid half of Leviathan untouched. Join the club. Technically, well, I have the Space Marine side untouched. But I think the Terminator, Captain. And I also have some of the Tyranids. I've got the Screamer Killer. Screamer Killer is going to be a specific YouTube video in the future. But we need to get to the point where I can start editing again. I'm starting to get too much footage in sort of future videos to sort of edit together. I'm going to have about 5 months of editing at this rate. And the footage would all be dodgy at best. Not dodgy as in belong on certain other platforms, but dodgy as in not shot very well. Out of interest, so I take what's Jake, what chapter did you paint your Space Marines in? I'm gonna take a guess at Dark Angels, only because you mentioned Dark Angels when you came in. How good are my detective skills? Would I make a good detective or not? If so, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Because apparently, I need to improve. I need to say that more. I need to say, if you are on Twitch or YouTube, don't forget to subscribe, or whatever the words is. The correct word is. I'm gonna be real. I can't draw a star to save your life. Burrito, don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm also terrible at drawing. It's terrible. So it's something I need to work on. Freehanding in general is something I need to improve on. I avoid it usually, which is why I'm not good at it. Yeah. You're the Space Marines untouched, Nids mostly painted. What are you going to do with your Space Marines, Burrito? Custom Raven Guard successor. Oh. Well, tell me more. Do they have a name? I would like to do a custom Imperial... I'm planning on doing an Imperial Fist. Well, the thing is, I want to do the Executioners, but I'm going to be really original, right? Jake, I'm going to be really original with them. And they're the Primaris reinforcements for the Executioners, right? But they were lost in the warp, and they sort of crash landed, whatever, appeared on a planet which is, I don't know. I think some Horus Heresy action had been there because they found some old armor to sort of make do with, cram their massively oversized bodies into like smaller bits of armor and stuff. That's the plan with my sort of pseudo executioners, which are not blended with the Space Wolves, but probably might end up looking a bit similar. Welcome back, Burrito. What did you... how are you going to paint your Space Marines, Burrito? Have you got any ideas there? So we are... For about the 20th time, folks, I do apologize. We are leaving this one. I am going to prime it black and repaint the entire thing for a YouTube video. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left to airbrush today. We do have the Patriarch as well. We've got to paint that at some point. And I think I am like 3 miniatures short, in fact, which does suck, but unfortunately, it's what it is. I have basic ultras, the sweet, sweet ultras. We like the ultramarines here. In March, we painted 50 ultramarines. We painted up 2 assault squads, 2 devastator squads, and a tactical squad of delicious, delicious ultramarines. Appreciate the ultramarines. You got Titus and Bobby G, and already painted. Hell yes. The Hands of Fate. Oh, hello. I like. Color scheme is orange and black. Nice. Nice. Orange. It's a good scheme. Orange and black. I dig it. I was talking about that earlier. I do like that scheme. Or orange and very dark grey. I think it's a scheme which works well together, and I dig it a lot. So that's very cool. I like it. You really love the Sons of Malice. You wish GW would somehow bring them back. Tell me about the Sons of Malice. Damage report. What am I missing out with those bad boys? Chad has a recommendation for solving the issue of freehanding stars, especially on shoulders. Chad, you are a subscriber. You should be able to drop a link. Subscribers can drop links as long as they're obviously, you know, within Twitch boundaries. And it's all, yeah. So, oh, yeah. I was gonna say. I was probably going to get around to that. There was in the back of my head that gizmo was out. That's like apparently I've been told by people who know more than me, which is a lot of people. I believe, in fact, in this case, Chad. It's from nail art, right? Nail art people do that. Those stamp things. Your wallet. It's there to be abused. Burrito, it's there to be used. If it's not being used, then what's the point of having it? There we go. There we go. Nail art with the hobby tax, yeah. So, I think it's definitely going to be a massive time saver. And definitely worth looking into. US only? Curses! I'm going to have a holiday now in America. This is what the problem is. I now need to have a holiday. For the first time and in many times, in many years, I will need a holiday. Just to get hobby things. Hold on. I tried your NID 1K with the Norn in it, and wow, is Norn devastating? Oh God, I can imagine. Secretly, hold on. Secretly, unknown to them, they were made from Night Lords. Oh, so they're a bit dodgy. Night Lords Gene Seed, as an experiment by old Belisarius Call, aligned Mechanicus. They're based in the far north of the Imperium Nihilus fighting Xenos. So, do you have a like chapter symbol in mind? You got the black and orange scheme in general, but like, what sort of insignia were you going with? If you got that far. This looks amazing. I went to order, but they aren't shipping to the UK. Well, evidently someone needs to go on a holiday and come back with a bunch of them. Of presents. 185 or $50? Use your Twitch flex. No. We have, you know, wait, I'm drawing a complete blank on the name. I was going to say Brent. He's been into this channel before, so technically we're aware of each other. But that was a while ago, before I had to pack up the studio, like 2 years ago. So that was a while ago. He's probably forgotten about me, which I wouldn't blame him. However, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications if you are on YouTube. If you are on Twitch, tickle that follow button and all that good stuff. What a segue that was. Nail art with a hobby tax. Yeah, very fiddly. Well, that's a lot of hobby things, really, isn't it? It's all very fiddly. Specifically this hobby, but... Liking this stream... Oh, sorry, that's Nightbot. Now Nightbot has become sentient and I'm reading its messages out loud. Oh, hello. There we go. So tonight, I think the general plan is once stream finishes, I do the normal shower and then have supper and then watch TV for 1 hour. I think I would like to get him finished tonight. We're not painting these guys tomorrow, so don't worry. But I will be painting them on Wednesday. Do what Jimmy did. Jimmy, thank you so much for resubbing, excuse me. How the hell are you, dude? Thank you so much for the 44 months. I mean, locate that button and tickle it like it's going out of business. Oh, God, chat had paused. What happened? Oh, no, the mouse touched it and it paused. I'm an idiot. Mail them, Badger, and tell them you and your faithful homie want samples. If I don't think I have enough flex to wiggle in their general direction. You know, I don't think I'm... Obviously, I will... I was about to say, obviously, I will shill anything. That's not true. I won't shill anything. Even I have limits. But bills, we do need to pay the bills at the same time. So, there are not many limits. As long as I like it. As long as I like it, I will shill it. Which is why... I was just looking around. Jimmy, what's going on, dude? Also, there's no star. Okay. There might be in the future. I pay you and you'll send it. Black hand with an eye in the center of the palm. Oh, so facing you then, rather than the backhand. Okay. You've made that whole theme being fatalistic monks whose librarians and the occasional battle brother having occasional visions of the future. Hell yes. Jake, out of interest, I'm sorry, I don't want to like publicly steal your ideas and stuff like that. Do you have any sort of... Are you doing any kind of scratch build? Have you got planned any sort of scratch building or any kind of like auxiliary bits to make them look more naughty? Damage report. So the Sons of Malice aren't good or evil, but a combination of both. Oh, okay. So originally back in the day, they were meant to be a city. There was meant to be a city chaos god, Malal. He was basically the god of vengeance or revenge. Oh, okay. It's basically SOM were anti-chaos, but also anti-loyalist. Oh, I can get that, I think. You don't know if you want to pay 185 or 50 bucks to add stars to 4 models. Yeah, it's probably a bit too much, Burrito. Probably something you want to, like, if you had an army and you knew that particular item was available and it needed to go on the thing in multiple places, like, that would make a lot of sense. Just making some Turnip 28 scenery? Hell yes. Are you adding It was very enjoyable watching your stream, by the way. On, oh god, was it Friday or Thursday? I'm thinking it's Thursday. Watching you do your conversions for the old Turnip 28. Fifth city. No, it's all right. It's all right. Damage report. You got a few bits from. If you got a few bits from Archie's Forge, but otherwise I work from what models you have. Awesome. I'm just really kind of. I want to do like conversions for my Space Marines at some point. So, any sort of ideas and things are always a good thing. I don't want to just yoink your things, by the way, just to clarify. But you know, it gets the mind going, which is a good thing. If I understand, there's just a group of them, but you need one. I mean, the stamp might be nicer when you. Yeah, exactly, Burrito. Yeah. Just looking at Amazon for alternatives. Yeah, well, looking at nail art apparently might be the way. You're having the best. It's good seeing you enjoying the mini stuff. I mean, like it's what you do, so you want to be enjoying. I know, like I could certainly get bogged down a little bit with stuff, which is why I start so many armies, because I like bits from other armies and think, oh well. Can't just have one of those. Might as well start an army. And what sort of scenery are you making? Get that shoulder down, sunshine. So we are going to null and oil over these bad boys. But as I said, the Wednesday stream might be just basically... it will be either this. Oh no, it won't. It'll be this one probably, or like that. Because then I won't be. Then I won't need to feel the urge to look at the camera when I'm talking. And I can just like concentrate on getting as many of these rascals, like a lot of stuff done as possible. But I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. Not that this stream is over, but I don't know what we're doing tomorrow, is what I was trying to say. The stamp starter kits were all sold out. Well, they were released with was it Adepticon? I think they were. That's when they started going on general sort of sale or whatever. They're essentially Slavic medieval monks in orange and black, who sometimes see the future. I like it, Jake. Have you got any painted up? Or is that sort of the project you're slowly sort of working towards? This airbrush is actually needing some water in it, so I can get another load of paint mixed up. I'm just blasting some water through the airbrush. Woo! Okay, so we got 4 more of these boys to do. I'll mix up some more paint. We'll blast it through. Some of these probably need a little bit more action, and then we will null and oil them, and then can start. Yeah, some of these definitely need a bit more of it. It's not quite dark enough, in fact. So some of them, thankfully not many, but some. Definitely got missed by the airbrush here and there, so I need to give them a little bit more of a tickle with the old airbrush. Now I just need to find the... that'll work. Whew! You haven't taken any pics in a while, but the ones I do aren't the best painted. Jay, I do understand, like... firstly, I've not had any coffee during stream, which is bananas. I need to drink some coffee. Secondly, I've not really taken any pictures of any of the miniatures I've painted in a long time, and it's something I need to get back to doing. So I used to, in the good old days, when I got back to painting in 2018, I used to get pictures quite regularly out to Instagram, But there's been a complete... I don't know what happened. I just didn't get around to it. But also, I'm going to grumble about Instagram briefly, folks. Firstly, there is the pain and suffering that is the reels in general, which I personally despise. But secondly, you will notice when you go to your own profile, hypothetically, all the images are now not square. It's very, very bloody irritating, if you'll pardon the phrase. It's all gone skew-with. They're no longer delicious squares. They're now 3x4. Which is very disheartening. Because this was a square image once, I think. No, that was a rectangular image. Ignore that one. That was the worst. That was not the right one to show you. But these were all supposed to be sort of square images. That was the worst example I could have showed you. This is a square image, and now they crop it. It's really irritating. I hate it so much. Is Goblin the only one who sells? Yeah, I think Goblin, that's his particular version of it. I don't know. And I think those are adapted. I've not really looked at them, truth be told. Those are kind of adapted towards painting fantasy miniatures and stuff like that, I think. So you'll find a lot more fantasy suitable stamps available on that. Saying that, I'd imagine more will, now that's come out and it seems to be doing well. Other companies, for example, I'm thinking Greengrass Games will probably do one if they haven't already. They're normally quite quick on taking inspiration from other companies and coming up with their own stuff. Just green stuff. World. Honestly, might just strip some of the models. I've got some stripping to do. Looking forward to it. I got some whatever it's called, bio strip. I've got my first Space Wolves that I'll be stripping. The dreaded... Yeah, Fluent Code is absolutely terrible. Seriously. For example, I will show you something. If I go to my old baking Instagram, if I can find it. Okay. So my old baking Instagram, right here. These used to be delicious squares. As you can see, they're now not squares. This is the perfect example of it right here. Like these, as you can see, all these images were squares before in the good old days. And now they're sort of vertical rectangles. It's been ruined. My baking Instagram has been ruined, ladies and gentlemen. And I, for one, feel terrible about it. Wait. And look. Hold on. Where is it? Where's this image? I had a 3x3 image of Doom. And it'll now be ruined because Instagram have ruined everything. Where is it? Must be around here somewhere. Here. Oh, yeah, this is slightly skew-with. This used to be a raspberry and white chocolate tart, and it was a perfect sort of circle because there were 3x3 squares. Now it's rectangles. It's all gone Pete Tong. I do have a baking Instagram called Bachelor of Tarts. Yeah. It's I should be making use of that, should I? Because I still do enjoy baking, but I've not had a chance to do it recently. I do want to get back to it. But it's not very appealing, that colour there. Yeah, I do want. I'm looking forward to getting back to baking. Unfortunately, my old starter died, so I need to get a new starter underway, so I can get back to making sourdough. Lemon drizzle cakes. Oh, my poor starter. It was 10 years old and it is no longer. Oh, cakes and pies. Yeah, we will be getting back to baking at some point. Hopefully soon. Right. Now. Oof. I need to drink some coffee. I have no idea what to start. Okay, so... But just... Oh, no, I will make another one. So basically the starter is... I think some people call it like a mother or something like that. Basically what you do is you have a pot or a jam jar, right? And you fill it up and it's got active yeast in it, basically. It's a living thing. So every day or whatever, you dispose of half of it. You fill it up with another amount of flour and water. You mix that to a paste. You add that to the active yeast, and that basically consumes the fresh flour and stuff that you just put in. And you leave that overnight. It bubbles up, and then you use that stuff to make, or half of it, to make your sourdough. So I had that for, well, that particular one, I think was like 10 years or something in the end. So I'll just have to make a new one. You really want to be a social media influencer? I'm not quite. I think if I was, but if I had better hair or stuff, I don't know. But I do sell miniatures on my web store, and I've got a bunch more to add. So that should be appearing on both Instagram and indeed Twitch. Oh my God, the coffee heater wasn't on. Damn it. I'm waiting, on YouTube. Oh, Nightbot has woken up. Thank you, Nightbot. I do have more items to add to the stores. And I'm slowly moving. Also, by the end of this month, I want to have everything also over on Etsy as well. I have got merchant license for a bunch of different stores and things. Highland Miniatures, basically Warhammer Fantasy styled or adjacent or whatever, legally distinct miniatures. Statues and busts, like mostly like 1/12 to 1/10 scale. Stuff like that. It's, I'm guessing it's like Bread Jesus or something. It's basically magic, yeah, Fluent Code. Like when those old tribes kept fire going for years by keeping a fire pot. Yeah, sure. And what's that other stuff? Is it Korean? Kombacha. I enjoyed the pronunciation there. I believe that's something similar, maybe-ish. I could be really wrong. I reckon you have the perfect hair for social media, Baker. Thank you. Well, in that case, we will be getting back to it. Obviously, I like innuendo a lot, so baking and stuff like that is ripe with innuendo. The hair is fabulous. Just look at James May. That's true. I've not really looked massively at Adam Savage. I have seen some of his videos and things, but I'm not massively... There's something about him which I don't quite get on with. And I'm not saying I hate him, but there's something about him that I'm not entirely sure what it is. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I know he's very popular, though, obviously. He can do it. I can maybe do it. The issue is motivation, gumption, and riz. God, I'm really glad I managed to read that as an R before I read as something else, Chad. That could have gone very wrong. I don't judge. Oh, I do. I do, Jake. I judge a lot. It's all right. It's okay. I'm trying to be a fancy sci-fi. Hey, that's cool. Do you find yourself so lovely Twitch. This is Jake over on YouTube, saying he wants to be a fancy sci-fi writer professionally. Do you find yourself slightly more veering towards sci-fi or fantasy, or you just either or? You're very happy in both of them? I wouldn't look too closely of late. Ooh, there's been controversy. Wait, where's the controversy been? Let's get into the controversy. I'm not really into I try and avoid controversy, which is why I don't really have many hot takes. I do have hot takes about some things. Cheesecake being one of them. You chose a much more possible career. Hey. Well, I mean, we're still. It's not easy. It's not easy. We're slowly getting back to where we were. Unfortunately, like we were doing okay, and then I had to pack up and basically move, and then things just went, or sort of like, not flatlined, slightly less than flatlined. What would you say you're like thinking about it? I'm not massively sure what. Like, I grew up reading a fair amount of, the Discworld novels and Tolkien. Like, those are the sort of fantasy books I read. I know when I've obviously watched lots of fantasy films and sci-fi films, I don't really remember reading many sci-fi books growing up. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. Like, when it comes to reading, I'm not massively sure if I read sci-fi books growing up. It was definitely more fantasy books. I don't know. However, being able to do that is amazing. I can barely string a sentence together, as you can see. So you're already way ahead of me, and you should absolutely give it everything. Within reason, I guess. Where's my brush? I put the brush down, and it's gone AWOL. No, I found it. Okay. Where's that rubber glove gone that I yeeted? Love Discworld, big inspiration on my own fancy world and ideas. Your world is based on my home province of Nova Scotia. It's called Etherion. Okay. You're quite pleased with it? Hell yes. Well, I think that's a good bloody start. Like world building and... Ooh, crikey, excuse me. Coming up with a believable world and... just like random characters living within that world, I think is such a good thing. Being able to do, like even the thing. Well, you're going to already know this, but like even stuff you don't think about, like having a reason for it happening or whatever, really helps sell it. Because I've certainly read fantasy books which they've been very superficial. They've hit the tick marks of what makes something a fantasy book or world or whatever, but it's not really, there's no depth to it. It's just entirely superficial. You could transplant that story you probably can't transplant it to sort of a contemporary world, like or indeed a sci-fi world. Fluent Code, you read the Star Wars Expanded Universe? I read a few of those growing up. The one I remember, in fact, the only one I remember, I would have been at the Stourbridge School, I think. The only one I remember is when I think it might have been like a bunch of shorter stories, but it was basically, whether it was a shorter story or a long story, it was Boba Fett, what happened after he fell into the Sarlacc. Like, all I really remember of it was him stuck on the wall, on the stomach or whatever the hell it was inside the worm thing. And he had something sort of map out the escape route. Somehow. I don't know if it's like a radar or a sonar, whatever it was. That's all I really remember of that book, Expanded Universe. World building isn't as hard when you're only fantasizing IRL. Yeah, that's true. But some people don't even bother with doing that, Jake. Let's be real. Some people are just... I don't know. Bearing in mind I don't write, but there we go. Bone Idol. Oh, hello. Okay. More of this? One more. Okay, one more. That's going to be more than enough, ladies and jelly spoons. I wish I can't even remember what that book would have been. Come to think of it, I'd have to probably Google it. Okay, with oh god, that was too much, I think. Oh well, doesn't matter. Some might get a second coat, but they're all going to get a coat of Nuln anyway, so it's fine. And then we're just going to go back in with the Cantor blue, start working on the edge highlighting, and Genestealers are exhausting. Right, the rubber glove of doom is going to reappear, ladies and jelly spoons. Traitor Guardsman, Tales... Was that what it was called? That sounds like it could have been the book. Did you just Google it for me? You absolute angel. Ugh, that was gross. I don't know why I did that. '96 short story collection featuring 5 short stories about the... So I would have just... Oh my god. Yes. Okay, so I would have been... I would have been just... When did this come out in? December 96. Oh. I did my GCSEs in 1996, so obviously this hadn't come out yet. So I must have read this when I moved to the next school. Huh. Bloody hell. Okay. This is IG-88, Dengar Bosk, Bobber and Zuckus. Huh. Well, thank you very much. That's made me happy. What logic, if any, people do use on a skull on a Space Marine should be bone, metallic, or different color? Excuse me. Use whatever I can get away with. I don't know. For example, I think this rubber glove's broken. It is. Yeet! Towards the bin it goes. Like for my Ultramarines, they're generally gold. For my Blood Angels, they're also gold. If I had hypothetical Dark Angels, which I don't, I will clarify. But if I did, they would be bone. Probably. correct. I think they'd probably be bone. Unless, of course, they were Deathwing, in which case they would be probably more gold. If they were the Green Wing or indeed Raven Guard, excuse me, the Raven Wing, then I might be tempted to do those just ivory. I think it really just depends on the armor. Because I just like a little bit of gloves inside out. I just like them to be noticeable rather than having them disappear into the. Sorry, Fluent Guide. I do apologize. Listen, if that box was still available, I would have purchased that army box which had Lionel Johnson in. You know, because I did like that. Like, it had some Terminators in. It had some of the inner guard, whatever, those inner geezers. I like them, like, aesthetically. And Lionel Johnson, well, he's a Primarch. I could have done it for like YouTube content or something like that. You know. And I would have been able to mentally go, yes, you're not wasting money. You can absolutely get it, and then I almost said collect it. You know, potentially make your money back, etc. It was all tidied away in my brain. Inner Circle. Thank you, Damage Report. Thank you very much. I know what I didn't know what they're called. I get confused. For me, I got Ultramarines. Technically Blood Angels. Oh, I got Imperial Fists. Hello. In that custom chapter I want to do. What was that? Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, Blood Angels. The sort of pseudo custom chapter. Oh, Black Templars as well. That's for 40k. Oh, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Oh, those are good boys. Naughty boys. I have Death Guard and Emperor's Children as well, apparently. And I think that's it. Lots of hashtag content for us will be. I think going forwards, I do want to be painting sort of vaguely going towards getting units painted up and off the table, metaphorically speaking. I don't want working on our pile of future content. That's the general plan for this year and next year and all other years following it. I mean, it takes all sorts. I guess if you're going to choose a Chaos Legion, Dark Angels are fairly easy to paint. They are. That is true. Death Guard are eating well with the new combat and boarding patrols. They are. They are indeed, Jake. We were talking about them earlier. In fact, we're not getting sidetracked. However, because it was earlier on in stream chat, we can go back to it. And have a quick. We can have a quick. There we go. I promise. So I realized this was very similar to one of the old Christmas battle forces. Apart from this geezer, which admittedly I completely forgot about when I looked at it originally. So I already have one of the Christmas box sets, which is one of these things and one of these things. It's got an extra Mephitic Blight Hauler and this geezer. So this is tempting. I am tempted. This one has a Rhino. And as we said earlier, I think we would prefer it if these were Heresy Rhinos rather than the ones with the squared rectangular doors. It makes sense to me to have them all round doors. This one is tempting. I mean, this one actually seems like you could buy multiple of this particular box set. This seems actually really ideal to get multiple of. And it's got a fabled vehicle in as well. Like the only other ones which has a vehicle in, as far as I know, is the Black Templars currently. Is that correct? Maybe an Eldar one, I'm not sure. How big are the Death Guard models? I think they're... God, I don't actually have... Do I have one to hand? I don't know if I have one to hand. I don't have any regular Chaos Space Marines, that's for sure. I do have a Baden, but I don't have any Black Legion sort of or generic Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines. Jake, unfortunately. I like those dice. They're snazzy. World Eaters. That's the Battle Force. So it's got your blade, whatever they're called, the 8-bound. 3 lots of those. Is that correct? And the new naughty boy. So Jackals and three units of the naughty boys. That's and whatever that one's called, the Slaughterbound. That's the Combat Patrol. Now I wish I'd purchased the other one now, because that had 20 Space Marines in and 10 Jackals. This one does have this geezer in and a Demon Prince, which is always very snazzy. Do like that. And then the Emperor's Children Combat Patrol, which is the one I'm going to get. I'm just wondering if I don't know if I do have any. No, I don't. I don't know where I have a few Death Guard painted up, which I think I'm going to be stripping. But I'm not sure where they are. Unfortunately, at the moment, Jake. Apologies. So I don't know how they stand up, comparatively speaking. Thank you, compressor. Good enough for Disney. Okay. Oh, hello. Thanks, Nightbots. So we do have some of the larger, like from the Leviathan, we do have to paint the Screamer Killer at some point. Once I find it. Once I find the Screamer Killer, we will paint it. I did build it in the house when I was basically living like my grandmother's old house. basically living out of boxes almost at that point. So I did pack it away after I'd built it. So we will be returning to that at some point. I just don't know when, unfortunately. All right. Okay. Oh, we're going to get there eventually with this. Oh, hello. Okay. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay, how are you looking, Sunshine? You're all right? I have a few over here which didn't quite... Unfortunately, these ones, because they're basically two pieces. Some of the detail is definitely lost. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see on this one unless maybe... Oh, wrong way. Get it overexposed. You might be able... I don't think you can really see it. You might be able to see right there. There is a line running down its chest, basically there. That is where the two parts of the model come together. And unfortunately, the detail is pretty horrific on the inside there. Thankfully, it's in a lot of shadow and we can get away with not having to sort of try and paint on detail and stuff. But these Genestealers are not massively... They're not great. I've not built any of the recent Genestealers from the kits, so I would be interested to see how those go together. Hopefully better. Than these monstrosities. Okay, as I said, we've got the Patriarch to do as well. We're not going to do that on camera. I may do that as a YouTube video. I'll have to figure out. Yeah, ba-ba-bum. Still not sure what I'm painting tomorrow. I have been mulling it over on stream. not having huge amount of luck right now. Okay, so these lads are all done. Now, I do want to... this is the one I'm going to use as a YouTube video. But it's not painted completely black, so I'm leaving him to be done later. So I think there's a little bit of paint left in here. I might just waste this on making sure I've got a nice, deep, or more consistent colour on some of them. As I said there, we are black null oiling them. Get those shouldery bits done. One more little bit, I think, and we're probably done with these boys. Good enough for Disney. All right, I'm happy that done with the airbrushing. It's only taken about 20 hours. I need to find that pipette. There it is. As usual, I will dump the paint out, blast a little bit of cleaner through there, and then forget about it for a few hours. If not days. It's definitely happened in the past where we've just accidentally left a bit of cleaning fluid in the bottom of the airbrush and not gotten back to it. It's terrible. Okay. There. Okay. So it's going to wait a minute. Get rid of that finally. I'm going to drink some coffee. I can move all these boyos over here. Thank God that lid is on. That Cantor Dubry Firkin would have gone all over the place. Move these boys over here and then we can slowly get towards null oiling them. Ba-da-ba. E dry brush. Your prime coat on. I think I've always generally used a rattle can with my primer. Base coat, it really depends on how many I have to paint. Generally. So how many of these rascals do I need to paint? And if it's a lot, then I'll just... I think I generally actually... I'm not entirely sure these days, actually. I think I'll attempt to use an airbrush if I can. If it's lots of fiddly bits, then I'll just use a bunch of brushes. But I will attempt to use an airbrush to get that initial coat on. So we got some null oil. This is the original mix. I believe they have changed it since I purchased this pot many years ago. Still never finished it, but it is like an original blend. I think they swapped all the colors out or something like that. I'm not entirely sure about that now I've said that out loud. But anyway, we are going to get onto that. I will drink some coffee though because I'm absolutely parched. Right. Well, do you have an airbrush that you use, Jake? Oh, you have one, you don't use it. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, it is a bit of a faff, cleaning it up all the time and stuff like that. So I do. I definitely understand. I usually use it when I know it's going to save me a little bit of time somehow. I'll happily use it then. If it's going to be more trouble than it's worth just to do one thing, then I generally it's like don't. What's up, Pie Farm? How you doing today? How you doing? Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend and all that good stuff. You doing well? Hell yes. We're just waiting for paint to dry at the moment. While I was drinking some coffee, it was a convenient break. We were just about to do some oiling. This is why we have this. I get just as good results dry brush and sponging. I've not tried like a proper sponging method. Like I do see people use it, and I am tempted to give it a go at some point because I think specifically the videos I see people do, it builds up a nice texture, which I do like. I don't know if that's like a deliberate goal of theirs because they want a slightly more weathered look. But I do like it. You can have pretty decent ozzle and blending. Yeah, I'm not... the thing about OSL, I'm not massively... I don't do it a huge amount. I will do it occasionally. I'm not massively sold on it. It's not one of those things which I... Like, for example, I will be doing a bit of plasma glow. I do like a little bit of plasma glow, but I'm not one of these people who does masses of like, the plasma glow won't be going halfway up his arm and across half his face. I'm not massively into ozzle, as I call it. I prefer, it is weird though. It is weird. Like not massively keen on OSL. I don't massively like blood effects, but I do like weathering, which is surely just another form of blood effect, right? I mean, it's rust or whatever. It's a vehicle bleeding or whatever. Like I like that, but I'm not massively keen on the blood, which is why on my World Eaters, I'll get my favorite one. I'll get my favorite World Eater that I'm currently working on. We are making myself do some blood effects. So if I can make myself do blood effects, then maybe I can attempt to do some more OSL stuff in the future. Paint something else then, Badger? That's true, Avian. I could do. The way it's described to me, the less weathering, the better. I don't know. I am very conflicted when it comes to weathering. I think I need to figure out what my paint style is. I do like weathering, but I do like a relatively... I do like weathering. I do appreciate a pristine paint job with like beautifully executed edge highlights. And I do like a sort of semi-weathered look as well. Sort of like a bit of heavy metal with some weathering in, a little bit of weathering in. It's my problem. The upright toner made me look for this. Fangs. Oh, God. What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. There's just some monstrosities right there, though. I think it. Now you've said it, it's sounding familiar, but I'm not massively. I don't know where it comes from. Like, there's a lot of stuff I just missed out on. I was paying more attention to other stuff at the time, so a lot of these things are just like straight over my head. Avian. Flash skits. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, he's throwing up his blood sign. Very important. Yeah, I'm not really sure where this... I'm not massively familiar with this stuff. It does sound familiar now you've said it. Avian. It's their parody of GW after getting so many... Oh, really? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Well, then, they should come up with their own IP then that doesn't get yoinked. Very naughty. I don't know. One of the reasons I like older models is the lack of detail. We were talking about this earlier. Fluent Code. We were talking about this earlier. Like, with the older miniatures... I mean, even this one's got a fair amount of detail on it, so probably not the best one to pick up. But the new ones, there's so much more detail crammed on. It means there's also less room for freehanding stuff, which is my excuse for not currently doing much freehanding. There's no room on these miniatures. What's up, dude? How's it going? They remind you of muscle men from the 80s. Oh, wait, the stretchy geezer toy things? Am I getting really confused on that one? Into weather, MO. Weathering should aid the telling of the story of the mini. Weathered shouldn't be the story of the mini, if that... Well, I think the weathering helps ground it into the scenery it's sitting in, like standing or traveling through. Or the world it's traveling through. That's why I like the weathering. In my mind, it helps ground it, or whatever the phrase you want to come up with is, and makes it look a bit more... Yeah, that's what I like about weathering. I don't necessarily like weathering for weathering's sake. Legally distinct. You're looking at their own IP. No, well, I'm good. I'm glad they've done their own IP. But I've not really heard of it. That's the thing, Avian. That's what I'm trying to say. Was that Champion a fourth? This I have no idea what it was. Fluent Code. It's a Slanesh Champion. That's all I know. I mean, you could well be right. And I have a Nurgle geezer as well somewhere. Hold on. Oh, bugger. I got this geezer as... What the hell just happened there? That was the wrong button. They were pretty dense rubber plastic. Oh, okay, but they were a little flexible. You bought them in... Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking of... I don't know what I was thinking of, dude. It was... Who knows? What you were learning... Chad was stating what you were learning at Adepticon. Yeah. No, I do agree. I do agree. Pretty sure it's released just after Chaos Box from 4th. The other one, this one is much, much older, yeah. It's also covered in dust as well. But also, like, look at the size difference. Like, he's literally a head. At least a head taller. Well, exactly, Avian. Exactly. I did. Oh, that's ROC. I think you might be right. I unfortunately, the... Does this have a tab underneath it? I think it did. Hence all the clay over it as well. I do like this mini. It's kind of nifty. It's got weird tentacle fingers to give everyone a good time. Yeah, I like that one. I need to pick up my... Uh-oh. Folks, we might have a bit of a disaster on the gun of old Motoko. Her sniper scope might have the box fell over and her sniper scope might have gone AWOL. Yeah, the Realm of Chaos era. Yeah, that's definitely an older one. I do want to locate my Motoko Kusanagi statue. I think I did an all right job painting this at the time, considering. But she does need stripping and rebuilding. And I can't remember the status of the base, if there was a base on this particular kit. All I know is I painted her in a very nice yellow, definitely not swimsuit type thing. I'm going to have to find the scope later when I remember. You missed the original ROC books, but did manage to pick them up from Warhammer. Oh, did they do a reprint of them? Or are they always available? I'm not really familiar with them, so... Like, I can vaguely summon them into my brain, but I'm not massively familiar with them. All right. So what we want to do is we want to do... Basically what we'll do... What time? We've got sort of a bit of time left on stream. We want to get this into all the nooks and crannies. We will, for example, like all these like bits between the... You can see that... So you can see there's a bit of texture right here in between, like the... I'm going to call it the bicep and tricep bit of the carapace. I know that's not the right word, but there is a bit of tubular texture there. That is going to be painted flesh color. So we don't need to slap the Nuln Oil in there. Those in Rogue Trader. Oh, they're regular stock. Okay. I did get the Rogue Trader one. I just didn't get... Unfortunately, the dreaded money situation. Well, I'm glad... Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the internet not dying on us today. We've got 0 drop frames compared to last week and also compared to the week before, where we have had an all-time high of drop frames for this stream, which is 670,000 dropped frames. An incredible amount of drop frames to have in one stream and suffer through So I'm glad that's not happened again today. It has had me slightly on edge for these streams where constantly wondering if the internet's actually just going to go splat on us yet again. For no obvious reason. Like there's no local internet going down or anything like that. I believe that the home internet is absolutely fine. But it does make me wonder. I have had Ping Plotter Pro running. And it seemed to be okay. There's no obvious issues, but I'm not network specialist, so there we go. I might have to go up again fairly soon. It's quite a day out. Walking around the museum. Well, they've changed it since I last went, and I must go again as well. Unfortunately, the lack of the unable to drive situation is a bit of an irritation, so I have to go via Ely, potentially Cambridge. I'm not sure. That would be the best, and then up to Nottingham on the old train of doom. But I've not been there in a while, so. I still don't know if anyone's ever found the sniper on the big display. Has anyone ever found it? Or is that just a thing of just some made up thing now that they've just started as a joke, and now that people are taking it too seriously, and now that GW are just having to go with it, and it's like, oh well. I suppose we'll have to make good on this eventually. Lots of people. Oh, okay. Can you only win it once, or is it like the same people just go? We know the places to look this time. We'll go and win it again. I'm not entirely sure what happens when you do find it. Do you get given free cake? You're in the butt of the car. I'm in Norfolk. I'm not originally from this part of the world, but I'm in Norfolk. Yeah. Ooh. I'm pretty sure there is a Twitter page where the first person of the day. Oh, really? Yeah, what happened? I don't know what happens if you do it. Like, ideally, you get given a Warlord Titan. That's the goal. Unfortunately, we all know that is not the reality. What they need to do, though, is come up with a 40k Horus Heresy scale Psi Titan out of resin. That's what they need to do. They need to do a massive Psi Titan. I would unfortunately attempt to buy that. Somehow. Even if it means losing a liver. I don't know if that's true, but I do really like the Imperia, the Titanicus scale one. It's hot stuff. Oof. Okay. All right. I am keeping an eye on the time vaguely. So I'm going to attempt to finish that geezer, the Blood Angel. Attempt to finish him tonight. I don't know if that's going to be the reality of the situation, but sometimes I have like slightly too much to eat at supper time. And I get very sleepy. And I'm just like, oh no painting's going to happen tonight. My eyes can barely focus. And then no painting happens. It's wishful thinking at best. I just end up scrolling on the internet going, ugh. regretting my decision for eating slightly too much food. And, well, currently the thing to look for, I'm looking for a bloody desk. I swear to God, it's not easy. I'm struggling finding a desk. To put the eventual computer on, we will, problem is, the room it's going into, it goes up some very narrow stairs, so I can't have some, basically, I can't have an all-in-one thing. All-in-one unit, pre-built bad boy. As much as I would like it, because I was scrolling around looking for industrial-style computer desks. I saw one without looking at the shop or anything, and I thought, oh, God, oh, that's right up my street. I clicked on the link. I looked at the picture first of all, because I was like, is this really, or is it just like the small image, like thumbnail, making me look like it more? I clicked on the big picture, and I was like, ooh, I do like it. I do like it. And then I looked, then I rotated my head a few inches to the right, where I saw the price, and I thought, ooh, no, this is absolutely not happening. People pay that much money for a desk, which isn't even an antique. Fluent Code. Hold on. Make the desk. Yeah, well, I am pondering that. Anyway, the desk I was looking at was £5,700, and it wasn't even an antique. So, we're obviously not going anywhere near that. That's ridiculous. If it was an antique, then I'd at least raise an eyebrow at it, but Fluent Code, you have a lovely evening. Get that. Have an awesome stream. Have an awesome stream. Have a lovely evening. I will catch you later, alligator. I know. Chad. Listen. Let me in. I don't want the IKEA desk. I don't want the IKEA desk. However, we have the IKEA drawers. We have a kitchen tabletop. And over on those desks there, those are basically kitchen work surfaces with 4 IKEA desk things underneath it. That's what we've already basically got. That is vaguely on the agenda, but I prefer it not to be. It is a good idea, though. It is absolutely good idea. So it's basically like two cupboards or drawers, with a work surface on top, which is like, I really like this in here, but in that room it's going into, unfortunately, my brain is going like, no, let's see if we can find something else first before we resort to that. Chad, with a D, Avian. That is a lot of desks. Yeah, I will in fact show you the desk that I was looking at. If I can find it, I might need a moment. It was ridiculous. I saw a very nice website. I saw a really nice website today. Full of absolutely lovely bits of furniture, which were really kind of like, when it comes to furniture, I like Georgian furniture. I don't really like Victorian, isn't really my jam, but I do like kind of also, I don't know, what is it, mid 20th century stuff. Like, I'll see if I can find it, in fact. 5,700. No. It basically was, but in furniture. Let me see if I can find the image. I might suffer a little bit, because I was looking at an awful lot of desks. It was ridiculously priced, though. I should have looked at the website's name before I clicked on it, really. Oh no, that's a standing desk. Well, that is fancy, but it's... not what I'm going for. Where is this bloody thing? And then I thought, well, if we're looking at if we're looking at ridiculous desks, then I might as well look at a sort of desk that I saw once. It must have been in a sort of architectural magazine at some point. This is not what I'm. I'll clarify this. We're not doing this at all because I don't have a tenth of this money. But I saw something similar to this years ago. Which is basically the classic like bit of aeroplane, bit of wing, very polished. And I was like, "Ooh, that's kind of saucy. It's a great big bit of wing, or it's a wing-shaped bit, at least." This button there is very frightening. Pay instantly with PayPal. Art Deco. I do like Art Deco stuff, but not all Art Deco stuff. Like, I'm very slightly particular on that. That's like Pottery Barn or design within reach levels of pricing. I do like this because it's actually got neon, which is kind of... wouldn't mind some neon. I think we'd all like some neon in our life. Why can I not... oh my God. Not today, Satan. Oh, you know what? That would be a good one. Could have that turn on whenever I start considering buying a miniature. Where... only... why do I always look at the things which turn out to be the priciest? Of all the things, that's almost the most expensive. God damn it. Anyway, they're just up the road, this company, I think. Interesting. Let me see if I can find this cursed bit of furniture that I was eyeing up. Hold on, I know where it is. I found it. Hold on. Give me a moment. The problem was, I realized what the issue was, right? It had the word executive in it. And I think that is what I've come to discover is a bit of an issue when it comes to prices. All right. Oh, this is on Etsy. Why did I not realize that? Here we go. So I saw this and thought, oh, I like the look of this. It looks saucy. It's sort of walnut. I like the walnut. It's nice and sturdy. You're a fan of the Industrial Revolution style? Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, Don, because I wasn't quite registering in my brain. See, yeah. I was looking at... it did turn out, I was actually, when I was scrolling around, I did kind of eye up something of similar... I do wonder if maybe those legs are slightly too skinny. if that makes any sense. Like they are very nice legs, and I do genuinely appreciate nice legs. But I do look at them and go, are they slightly too skinny? Are they slightly too sculptural? Or are they actually sturdy and, you know, just for folks who might have not seen that on YouTube. Sorry, we're looking at this bad boy right here. In fact, you know what? I did actually click on a Herman Miller desk today. But it was not this price. It was actually, I think it was a used one, and it was less than 1,000, which is still well out of my range. But it was actually pretty similar-ish. Just use a wooden banana crate. Yeah, a mere 15k. Wait, folks, we got it. We got one goal beneath my chin, right here. That's a lot more attainable. That's £400. Then we can look at ridiculous desks. Thanks, Nightbot. Dave, just over 5k, you'll buy 7. Yeah, why not? If only that were the case. Ugh. Anyway, suffice to say, I was looking for walnut tables. That's basically it. Because it's going to sort of go into a living room rather than... Like, I don't mind things being a bit rough in a studio and stuff like that. It's like slightly fancier things in the main room, if that makes any sense. Otherwise, just boxes, yeah, banana crates. Buy more models. I mean, Traitor Guardsman, you're not wrong. You know what I need to do. I like where you're going with this. Buy some Titans and use those boxes because the boxes are bigger, right? Is that what you're getting at? So we are waiting for. We have got some null oil on a couple of these minis. I've got a lot more to do, obviously. In fact, we'd gotten completely sidetracked on this particular one. I do like that Herman Miller stuff. The thing is, okay, I have 2 monitors for my computer. I have an Alienware 27-inch screen, and then I have the 34-inch ultra wide screen that they do as well. So I got to slap both of those bad boys on the desk together. That is the width issue. Which I probably should just do some adding up using a calculator and something. Okay, so let's get those. Oh, I think this one could have probably done with a little bit more airbrushing, I think. Was it a seagull? It was. I use a cantilever arm to keep my big 35-inch LG ultrawide off the desk surface, excuse me. And then my Wacom 25 sits on the desk, but I want to get an arm for that too one day. Ooh. So you need a big chunky cantilever arm, right? For that ultrawide. Because I see some of these cantilever arms and they just look so weak. They look weak. They look how I feel on a Sunday morning. Sometimes, I can barely move. Thinking of getting out of bed's just exhausting. Very solid. Oh, okay. Because I mean, I've seen some very chunky looking ones, but I've never because I've never had a monitor on an arm before. I've not really got any experience with them. They're all a little bit crazy. Yeah, this one we definitely need to make better. But thankfully, there was all alien bug things, and they can have a little bit of variation in the old skin. Thankfully, we'll make that tolerable. I will have to ponder this. But yeah, no, it just boggled my mind when I saw that desk to begin with. I should have initially read the title properly. And as soon as I saw the executive word, I thought, oh, well, that explains everything. Or as soon as I registered it properly. Don't do that. Don't do what I did years ago and buy a glass desk. What happened to your glass desk? in the good old days, I think I certainly considered these things. Like, I know I was going through, like, as I said earlier, it was an either architectural magazine or something like that. But some executive again had they were in an office or something, and it was basically a wing or a bit of a wing that was very shiny and polished. I know I've just said it, but I can't remember if I finished what I was saying. I got sidetracked elsewhere. But it was a very nice shiny desk, and it looked very cool. Unfortunately, it was in like one of those massive offices with like panoramic views of probably the Pacific Ocean. All that lovely stuff you can potentially see, but like living in England, never actually live. I had one before this, and I actually liked it a lot. It's fine, but it's cold AF and you can't mount things to it. Well, we all like being able to mount things. Obviously. You rarely use a glass desk, but I live at a corner desk that costs like 65. Corner desks is vaguely what I'm thinking of. The problem is, I know these are like, I'm not trying to come up with problems. I'm trying to come up with solutions to the problems at the same time. So the room is, the wall, there's a flat wall, and this wall at 90 degrees to it. So if you look at it, it's half, like 80 centimeters, and then it's an angled roof. So like on this flat wall, it goes up a tiny bit, and there's an angled ceiling bit to it, if that makes any sense, where the roof is. So there's only one flat wall in that room, unfortunately. Bit of a nightmare. Titans are pointless unless you play Apocalypse. Traitor Guardsman, listen. As we said earlier on stream, wiggly eyebrows all over the place. We will be not playing Apocalypse, but we will be using it to drive some of our YouTube projects. For example, the Thunderhawk gunship. That's it. We have the book. There's no point in having a book if we don't have the miniatures to go with it, right? So we will be using this as the Emperor's Fist Tank Company, for example, and the Artillery Company. We have the book. We have to make it a reality now. That's the rule. By the way, that does remind me. I do apologize. I missed something Gabba said. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I know they had... Oh, God, this is... Gabba found some Titanicus Knights. That's what it was. Classic Gabba. Damage report. I mean, if I'm honest, I'd say having a bit of money and splashing out on a decent bit of furniture. This damage report, I'm absolutely with you on this. Not that I'm trying to talk myself into a 5. I think that's like $7,000 US. I could be mistaken. However, I do absolutely agree with you. Stuff like furniture, I'm a lot more happy. I'm generally happier to buy things which will last longer that I don't need to replace. I'm not massively keen on buying stuff which is going to get ruined earlier. Like IKEA stuff, I've not had the greatest experience moving them around from house to house. So I'm generally a bit with some IKEA stuff with their larger furniture. Some of it's great, and like when you're using it, it's great. But when it comes to moving it, that's when I have nightmares with it. I do indeed have it, Avian. It arrived on Saturday. I was very happy. Did you have the APOC book? No, I didn't. Avian. I didn't get it. I didn't get the City to Death book, which we were talking about like at the beginning of stream. So I need to get that as well. Yeah, so obviously we got our big box of Space Marines, obviously the Battle Company, which we've basically just finished. I have 5 more geezers to paint. Probably going to do them next month. I can't. I just as I paint more blue on my Genestealers, I needed the break from painting blue Ultramarines. So I think next month we'll try and get them finished. Then we have 8 Rhinos and 1 Razorback to finish, and a Dreadnought as well. Then that Battle Company is finally finished, and we can move on to another project. Yeah, 5,000 is definitely a bit much. Like, I don't... 500 or 600, I can talk myself into it. Contracting... Well, the other thing I was looking at today was... like, basically using scaffolding as legs and stuff like that. That was another thing I was thinking about. Pondering it. So was there any lore? I mean, there were loads of words. There were loads of words in this book. There's a Battle of Cold Steel Ridge. There was a train right there. Defenders of Ultramar. I mean, High Fleet Behemoth. I didn't actually get a proper chance to read it. I will read it properly. I'm hoping there is lore and stuff, as long as there are lots of pretty pictures. Hey, I got it for like £5 on Amazon over the weekend, so I'm very happy. Even if there's no lore. I accidentally typed it into Amazon for some reason, and someone was selling it for £4 or £5 with a couple of pounds of postage, and I thought, well, it would be rude not to. So I yoinked it. I will be getting Codex City Fight, Traitor Guardsman. I will be. That's next on the agenda. Yeah. Definitely. I wish I'd purchased those books way back then when I was working for Disney, but for whatever reason I didn't. I was probably spending the money on going to the gym and boozing at the time. Truth be told. And I got sidetracked. Friend of mine had a really nice rustic heavy duty wood dining table and chair set made by a local craftsman for 3,600. It took a while because it's one guy filling orders. That is true. That is true. Now, funnily enough, we did have a what's the word? Carpenter's not the right word I'm looking for. A joiner. Because like, the staircase situation. Right. It's a Georgian house, right? There was a lovely Georgian staircase back in the good old days. Then the Canadian... This is how the story has been told. Then the Canadians came. First World War, they were billeted in this house. And for whatever reason, they chopped the staircase down and used it for firewood. That's the story of the old, lovely Georgian staircase, which is no longer. And then someone put in some horrible, like, I don't know what it was. It was verging on sort of Gothic. It was like a Gothic staircase put in. It was way too big for the void where it needed to go. Anyway, new staircase, joiner. We found a joiner. They might be able to do the work. They worked on some big houses. Like last year, one of their jobs was working on a big house in London. House might not be the right word. Palace might be the correct word. But they are downsizing, so I reckon potentially this joiner might be able to do the staircase. They're probably going to be out of the range of doing a desk for me, but it is certainly, I might consider do know another joiner carpenter who might be able to do something. If my brain starts going towards a slightly pricier table, then I will consider it. Ja, hello. It's cracking. Happy Monday. I know I missed out on chat when I went. Contracting carpenter is a great idea. I will definitely consider it. If my brain starts going towards the pricier tables, that is. Use more purple and only use a tad of blue for highlights then, Badger. Well, we will be doing purple flesh for them. The skin is being highlighted with Sotek, Dubry Firkins, and Temple Guard blue, I think. So we are slightly moving away a little bit from the blue. I will be getting Codex City Fight. So this was the last one they did. No, that one was the one from that Apocalypse Books was from 2007 or 8. Lots of people upscaling stuff. An absolute banging deal, yeah. Gabba, sorry, I did catch your Titanicus Knights. What house are you painting them as? £5. I was very happy. Cities of Death, definitely purchasing it. Throw shade on Avian. Hey, listen, they were fighting in WW1, I assume. I mean, they were billeted in the house. But they did burn the staircase for fire. Like, they did use it as firewood. So I don't know. It is a bit strange because like there are woods and things around, but I wasn't around in that turn of 1914, was I? So who knows? Who knows what was going on? It's almost as bad as Yank marrying into your family, as a Yank marrying into your family. I'm not averse to it. I suppose it depends. It always depends on the actual person, whether they're American or otherwise. At the end of the day, they might be very lovely. They might be awful, but then you get awful people over here as well. Apparently, it's crack-a-lacking. Hell yeah! By the way, we've got to the part of the stream where I'm just going to run my mouth until I realise what time it is, really. So tonight, I am going to get the rest of these geezers hosed down with Null Oil. And I will finish off Jeff, the God of Biscuits, our test model right here. Don't really have a huge amount to do on him that I'm going to do. I've got this edge highlighting, green plasma, and then some sand, I guess, on the base. We will be using that scheme for our Blood Angel Terminators for Space Hulk, by the way. You're a Yank. Hey, I love... I can't say what I was going to say because I just resaid it in my brain and it sounded very dirty. I do like Americans. There we go. Sorry, upcycling. Oh, upcycling. Upscaling. Yeah. No. I'm with you now. That makes even more sense. So it's all right. Played a demo game called Chain Staff on the weekend. It's basically Metal Slug in space. Ooh, nice. Do you like it? I saw a game called Schedule 1 where there's the first level or there's a demo or something on Steam. You're basically trying to move up the chain of selling pharmaceuticals. How can we be sure you weren't one of those Canadians burning down the staircase because you're a vampire? This is very true, but I'm not a vampire. I'm not a vampire. Because I definitely age. I definitely age. I'm more English than American and even more Irish than English. Well, there we go then. I am being diplomatic. I do attempt to be diplomatic when possible. Gabba knows exactly what I was going to say. Gabba's been in this stream for knows me way too well. You know you never finished Jeff Got a Biscuits. All my models are Jeff Got a Biscuits. That is true. No, he is really getting finished. I did genuinely try to get this mini finished last night, but after a day full of running around with my niece, my nephew is actually starting to crawl, so he slightly more keep up with him slightly better, although he is starting to get quite quick. Got to keep an eye on him. I came in here ready to sort of mentally ready to paint. I just sat down, I looked at the miniature, my eyes were just like, I could barely see. You sell 420 till you get to the big leagues? Yeah, exactly, Gabba. I know Worth a Buy reviewed it on YouTube, and he seemed pretty sold on. If he's sold, I'm generally like, I like it. He also did something which was basically not Call of Duty Command and Conquer. Wow, that's a merging of games right there. It definitely wasn't Command and Conquer, Tiberian Sun. Definitely not. But there were two factions, and one was it not Global Defense or something? It was pretty similar to GDI. You've never seen Badger in the sunlight? Well, you've not lived. Problem is, Chad, if you do that, you do have to beware. I will have to say you will need to wear sunglasses and probably some sort of sunscreen due to the reflection. Obviously. Yes. Anyway, that's all I got to say on that one. So, that is the plan. There is a fair amount of, between getting where we're up to at the moment and getting to this point, there is a fair amount of work. I'm hoping I can be slightly quicker, because this was a test one. I really hope I can be quicker on these ones. Because I did spend a bit too much time on this one, but now I know vaguely what I'm doing. I'm hoping we can make a little bit more progress towards finishing the Genestealers, or at least the Genestealers that we have. As I said, I think I'm 3 or 4 short, unfortunately, which sucks. Does it not have Tim Curry? No, it doesn't. It doesn't, but like I think he said it was, he really enjoyed it, but there were definitely issues with the skirmish and stuff like that, which is a bit of a nightmare. But I think they also released a sort of update between the version he had and like the available version now, so maybe they fixed some of the skirmish stuff, who knows? Who knows? But who knows? I certainly don't know anything really. But we are back tomorrow. We're not painting Genestealers, that I can promise you. So you don't need to worry about that. I don't know. Okay, where can I chat? Unfortunately, there we go. Fixed it. So, I am going to say thank you very much for hanging out with me today. I'm absolutely cream crackered and I'm starving. So, what I would like to do is I would like to say thank you very much for the follower on Twitch. You're a legend. We're now above our lowest that we've been on Twitch. Well, our highest on Twitch. So we're now actually back into the growth stage of the stream. So thank you so much on Twitch. What I normally do is I wrap up YouTube first, which is what I'm going to do, and then we raid out with Twitch. But I need to say goodbye to the lovely people on YouTube. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, which will enable all the wiggling of the eyebrows. I am back tomorrow at 4 o'clock UK time. And we will be painting something. I don't know what, though. It won't be Genestealers, and it won't be Blood Angels. and it's too early for Emperor's Children. So who knows? You'll have to come by and find out. But thank you very much for hanging out. You've been absolutely lovely. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. And goodbye.